Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about the veil, how the veil is thinning, what the veil is, and all the multifaceted ways that's going to manifest in our near future. And we're going to be speaking with Bridget Anderson. Hello, Bridget. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty busy day. So everybody knows you, Bridget. You have experiences in every level of an experiencer could have. You underground bases, alien military, in between life, and you also have another experience of winning the a new cooking contest. What did you make? A chili?
That's awesome. Well, I won third place, to be completely honest. But yeah, there was a
You were on the
chili
podium,
cook-off
though.
recently. So, what's that?
You were on the podium, though.
All right. Yeah. So, Joseph, it's good to talk to you again. I know you and I have had some mind-blowing conversations, and this started out many months ago. Joseph and I were just resonating with each other's tweets, and we decided to have a phone call, and we had like an hour, I think it was like a 3 hour long mind-blowing conversation, and at the end we had both said the same thing: I wish we had done this in a space and recorded it so that others would have the benefit of what we just talked about. So we did that, and that was a few months ago. We held a space. That recording is on my profile, somewhere down in my profile. And Joseph had asked if I would be willing to have another space. So here we are tonight to tackle the topic of the thinning veil in the matrix. As Joseph says, it's funny, he's like, everyone knows you, and I don't know that that's the case. So I'll start by somewhat introducing myself and my experiences. And then we can go from there and dive into the topic. So my name is Bridget Anderson. I am 51 years old. I am a lifelong high-level experiencer of both the phenomenon of non-humans. I am also a lifelong MyLab abductee and have been in the underground government programs since I was about 6 years old. In addition to that, as Joseph mentioned, I did always possess some of my between life memories, and then had an intense awakening in 2019 and got a whole lot back, including in between lives and fifth dimensional perspective of this life and my experiences in it, and what I agreed to come here and do, and what all this was about. And so it was nothing short of just completely debilitating to be hit with all of that in such a short period of time, and to be able to wrap your mind around it and to come to realize, wow, there's so much that has been pulled over my eyes. And so that's the topic of our talk tonight, the thinning of the veil. Before we jump into that, I do want to mention, and just a little shout out, I'm really glad that we are going to have this hearing in November, the second congressional hearing. Now, I'm always one to say, don't wait for the government to give us disclosure. It's not going to come from the government. And truthfully, most of the Congress is so far behind what's actually going on. They're only just realizing there is something going on, and they're forcing their way in, or trying to anyways. I think the ball is really being moved down the court by the whistleblowers, and people are coming forward, just as I said they would a couple years ago. All types of people, from the military to science people to experiencers, politicians. It's just coming out of the woodworks from all over the place. And that is essentially a consequence of this thinning veil. So So let's get back to the topic here, the thinning of the veil. And I always like to kind of go at something from a very, I'm a 5-year-old and explain it to me like I don't know anything about it. Because people are at different levels of understanding and see things in different ways. And so, you know, you try to cover it from a perspective where, you know, anyone could tune in or listen in at a later time and be brought along and understand some of these more complex, you know, things that are happening. So the thinning of the veil, I know that it's also kind of been associated with this time of the year, heading up to Halloween. People say that the barriers between our realm and the ghostly realm is thinner, and that people have more sightings or encounters, and that it seems to be strongest around Halloween. And it's the same concept that we're talking about, only we're speaking of something that's just all encompassing. I mean, this isn't just a certain time of the year, and this really filters down to every level and aspect of our reality. So the thinning of the veil that we're talking about is a little more in depth than that seasonal one that you see people talking about. And before I jump into that, I'm going to be posting some tweets that I had found. I'm going to post them to the comments because I've been told that if you post too many things to the nest, that it can actually cause glitchings and things like that. So I'm just going to post some of these to the comments, and I'll refer to them as we go. And then that way people can go back and look at them later, or they can look at them as we go. I mean, that's up to you, but I am going to post here probably about 6 or 7 different things pertaining to this thinning of the veil. So the first one I'm going to post here is actually a really cute one that's more pertaining to this seasonal heading up to Halloween thinning of the veil. And it says, legends speak of the equinox veil thinning, where spirits and shadows wander between realms. If you hear your name carried by the wind, it's said a soul from beyond is calling you closer to the other world. Dare you answer? And that's from Druid's Haven. So I'm going to post that one to the comment section there. I thought that was pretty cool. Let's see. How do I do? Share to space. Let's do that. Okay. It says it was posted to the space. Hopefully it was. And people, oh, shoot.
Oh, that's at the top now. Yeah,
Yeah,
you click on the comment. Click on the comment at the bottom, and then you'll be able to.
Yeah, that's what I'll have to do. I'll do that for the rest of them. Sorry about that. Okay, so maybe that will be like our cover page or something for tonight. That's some pretty good graphics there anyway. But that one is more referring to the seasonal one. So the next one I'm going to post, and I will just copy it and...
Well, while you're doing that, I think I'll just comment on how you're starting it off and having a good definition, like you're talking about, explain like I'm 5 is the perfect way to start. Because like really, ultimately, what is a veil, right? A veil is something that is not physical, but it does manifest in the physical realm, and it prevents you from seeing things. And
Exactly.
that could be any number of things. That could be, there could be veils put around, like NHI will put a veil around their faces so that you cannot see them. And it's primarily constructed of not astral, but etherically, right? And that veil could be also something that you can see, but it could prevent you from being curious about like a location. I've noticed that there are locations around me that I would never visit before or never noticed, but they were there and I could see them. But now that I could see them and they stick out and they're kind of, you can feel their energy, and it's not, and it's something that was veiled, but is now no longer veiled. And so that applies on a micro scale and a macro scale.
Yeah. Yeah. So the first one, I did manage to get to the comment section there. It says the veil of ignorance is deeply anchored in the minds of humanity. And while it is thinning, the ones securing the anchors are increasingly improving their hold. The families are very rich and very old. So I think there's a distinction that needs to be made here, because in our 3D reality world, there is definitely been a veil that's been put over our eyes. And there are some flesh and blood humans that put it there and maintain it there for their own benefit. And that's the human elite aspect of this. But there's a higher veil as well, a veil that does allow you an expanded consciousness and a greater understanding of the big picture and how you fit into it as a whole. What our reality actually consists of, the intuition to know what is truth and what is false. So that's an even higher veil. There are lots of veils that have been put over our eyes. And when you think back like 15, 20 years, people didn't even question these things or really talk about these topics. People were just living their daily routine lives, enjoying their families and their careers. And we didn't sit and deeply think about our reality and the things that the conspiracy theories and if they might be true and the things that were going on at a different level and what are we not being told. And it almost seems like there's been a haze that was over everybody's brain or desire to even go down that path. And I'd say really since like 2019, 2020, since the lockdowns really, which I think ended up biting them in the ass. I think they intended for that to have a different effect and to keep people separated and for that to keep this awakening from coming about. When in fact, it actually did the opposite. It put people into an isolated position to where they could integrate these awakenings and this information. And then this platform of being able to come together like this and share our truths and our experiences just really, just really sealed the deal. I don't think they expected that it would happen that way. So it ended up happening regardless of what efforts were made to keep it from happening. So here we are. All of a sudden, all this stuff is coming to light. The curtains being pulled back, darks being brought to light. You see it being said in so many different ways. Essentially, it's the awakening process, and we are realizing what is truth and what is illusion. And it's hard. It is hard to accept that you've been duped, you've been played, that all this was going on around you and you didn't know it. You didn't even think to look to know it. And it's like those things where you say, this is what you know, this is what you know you don't know, and this is what you don't know you don't know. We are starting to see some of those things we didn't even know that we didn't know, that are all of a sudden coming to light. And it's really forming a picture here that's showing people that our reality is not what we've been told it was on every level, in every discipline. And we're seeing it come out now all across the board. Not only the political sphere, which I don't want to get into because this is a difficult, tense time of year for politics, but my personal take is that they're two sides of the same corrupt coin, and we're given this illusion of choice when in fact it's all run by the same behind the scenes puppeteers, these human elites that have pulled this wool over our eyes. So I think it's the system itself that needs to be changed and revamped, and we simply can't vote our way out of this any longer. That's my personal opinion as far as politics are concerned. But religious, we are seeing things come about regarding religious stuff, things that we were told were just myths, and all of a sudden they're finding the archaeological evidence to back them up. The sunken city off the coast of India and Gilgamesh's tomb, and all these things. The real reason why we started the war in Iraq was to invade the museum and to pilfer for artifacts and things. All those things are starting to come to light, that there was a little more to this religious stuff, and some of these myths and folklore and whatever you want to call them than they led us to believe. Esoteric knowledge and wisdom and spiritual wisdom, you know, everybody's been told, oh, that's new age, hokey pokey. And come to find out, what do you know? The CIA and the behind the scenes, what have they been doing? New age stuff. Not only the new age stuff and the meditation and the vibration and frequency and astral viewing, and not only all of that stuff, telepathy and whatnot, but even darker than that. They're making contact with, yes, black magic and rituals and occult practices and all sorts of things that are now coming out that we're all just shocked that this is what our leaders and the people that we looked up to have really been up to behind the scenes. To science. I mean, people are now bringing out the fact that whole disciplines of science had been declared a national secret and were completely averted from public study. And those that went against that and tried to bring these sciences to light were silenced in the worst ways in many cases. So even down to our science has been regulated as to what we've been allowed to know, because for example, like resonant frequency and sound therapy and all of that stuff would open the doorway and just invite so many more questions that begin to piece together what our reality actually is and what our place in it might be. And they simply don't want that to happen because that is the end of their power and control over this. To economics, you know, and people are saying this is a conspiracy theory and other people are putting stuff out there saying this is absolute. But this horrifying situation in North Carolina, and supposedly it's all over this lithium deposit that BlackRock and Vanguard wants to get their hands on this property. And supposedly people are coming out saying that their mortgages have been bought out by Vanguard without their knowledge or consent. And something in the courts just happened with BlackRock and this mine, or they're expanding the mine or something. And so it really makes you wonder, between the manipulation of the weather and it hits this area and it's the same storm as it was 58 years ago. And these companies just happen to manage to end up with all this land that just happens to have the world's biggest lithium deposit on it. I mean, could you make this stuff up? I mean, medicine, we're finding out that, you know, people like in the medicine industry and the FDA and the people that came up with the food guidelines and things were being paid off to say that this was good and this was bad, when in fact that was scientifically not the case. And don't even get me started on the whole COVID situation and the medical industry within all of that mess. I mean, so education, I mean, just so much is coming out that we're all waking up and shaking off this haze and saying, what in the hell has been going on? Everything we've been told has been a lie. And now that we're starting to realize it, it's like they're getting desperate and they're going out of control. We're realizing that our history is not what we were told that it was. And there is a whole lot more to our reality than what we've ever cared to look into, but we're looking into it now. And that is the thinning of the veil. That is what we're seeing, that really this was all being controlled by the shadow puppet masteteers and people pulling the strings and using whatever means they had to get themselves ahead in this game that we're all just now realizing is really afoot here. So that's kind of my take on the thinning of the veil. I think it's an all-encompassing, we're realizing that, wow, we dropped the ball. We gave our power away and they took it and they abused it, and we're all paying the price for it. And we better damn well do something about it and take that power back. And I think we're being given that opportunity with this thinning of the veil and all of this coming to the surface.
Yeah.
What do you think, Joseph?
Well, I mean, it's really trippy. Like, just, you outlined it, right? It's every facet of our entire society. Like before, we thought they were all separate components, right? Religious component, and then you had like different governments, and they had different approaches to their different systems, how they implemented education, their economic system. They had different religions, and everything that you listed. I don't have to go through them over again, but now it looks like all of those different systems are actually controlled, and were always controlled from levels above them and then levels above them, and that they were orchestrating it and have been orchestrating it for who knows how long. Like, what are we talking, last 200 years or back to the dinosaurs? We are in the dark about what we know about this reality, right? And then we're talking.
Exactly. Somebody's been controlling it and not telling us the truth. And that's what we're now trying to get to the bottom of, is who has been controlling it. And, you know, what all don't we know? What don't we know that we don't know? You know, we're just starting to put those things together, and it's daunting. It's overwhelming because, like you said, it encompasses almost everything we've been told is not as they said it was.
Yeah, it's not. And now, like, what I'm thinking of is, okay, you have this veil and it's coming up, and there's more to it from my end of it as well. Is you have a lot of people, like you're talking about most of the 3D stuff being removed, the veil being removed on that. But then you have also, like, you made a post there about how Halloween is, you know, the lifting of a veil cyclically, and it's like a thinning of it cyclically, and then people will, you know, witness ghosts or other entities and that kind of a thing. But but we're talking about on a grand scale this happening, and it kind of lines up with what a lot of people are talking about at the disclosure level, and it seems to be orchestrated. And I don't know, it seems optimistic for me, but it could be the truth that they're trying to get ahead of something that is either a natural process or something that's being instigated from way higher up, maybe even by positive forces, where the blending between the realms is going to happen, and that all of these veils are going to come down on people, on entities' ability to actually veil themselves, like I mentioned earlier, and that people are going to come into a greater shock than you could ever imagine. Because if you think about that, then you realize, okay, we have to have a concept of what actually are realms. And when they say interdimensional, what do they actually mean, right? What does that mean? And we actually do have an understanding of this in ancient literature, as much as there is truth in it. And that is that there are realms above us, right? There's, like, you have a physical body, and then mapped right on from that is the etheric. And then people know about astral projecting. So there's a lower and an upper astral realm, and what people call, you know, demons or evil spirits or whatever is the lower astral realm, and there's a higher realm above that. And that the thinning of the veil right now is manifesting in the 3D in all the ways that you just described, but it's also going to happen in the realms, and that people are going to start seeing things, terrifying things, and this is going to be the beginning of a process. And some of it's been covered in Revelations. So do you have a sense of that end of it beyond the 3D into 4, 5, and 16? As far as, are they trying to get ahead of something that is happening either naturally or through outside positive forces, or are they causing it, and a mix of the two? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Say that again. And who's they?
I don't know. Well, they would be like the astral entities, right? So if we're talking about levels of control, the levels of control, which you are aware of, expand beyond the 3D, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like, we're not, everything that happens in the 3D realm is something that was already predetermined in the astral, and then they manipulated that to etheric, and then it manifested. That's why, like, you have a notion that we're in kind of a movie, and you have the free will conversations, because, like, if you don't have influence in in the astral realm, then you have much less influence about what happens into this 3D realm. And so are they causing this? Is it outside forces? What is, like, on that level beyond the 3D causing all this 3D stuff?
Well, I mean, so there's even levels to that. Obviously, the next level up from the human elite or puppeteers or whatever would be these physical, non-human beings that have the ability to come in and out of our reality, that aren't affected by our linear sense of time. That, you know, you've heard the experiences where people have gained time or lost time, or where they talked about that the spacecraft got bigger when you walked inside of it. They're not bound by our physical laws, you know, so they can manipulate those, and I would say they would be the next veil keepers above the humans. But then above them, there's even non-human intelligence that don't inhabit a physical body. And so, you know, they're players in this as well, because they're interacting with people and putting different narratives out there. And again, this comes back to the dark and the light, the good and the bad. There's the two teams here, and both teams have players at all levels. So there's going to be, like, you know, just this barrage on both sides at all different levels. So then you go above that, and now you've got who I call he who controls the bright light. And that's what we would call God. And he who controls the dark light, which we would call the devil. They're ultimately the controllers of the simulation, and they ultimately determine the outcome. And, like, you're not going to get anything by the controller, because they know what you're going to do before you do it. They're the ones that programmed it. And so there's that level of control. And then there is the question, you know, that people have said, how many levels, how many dimensions, how many different levels of existence are there, you know? And I've heard different numbers, and I don't claim to have the answer. I've heard people say as many as 17. I've heard people say like 11 and 12. Personally, I am only aware of, or at least have conscious recall or knowledge of, up to like the 6th and 7th dimensions. Beyond that, I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how to describe that. But if it is in fact there, that's ultimately the question. When you get to this big question of our reality, it's like the Russians stacking dolls. Just how many dolls are stacked up in there? You know, just when you think you've broke free of one, you realize it was just a small piece of a bigger one. And so then you work your ass off and you make it out of that one, only to realize that was only a part of the whole picture. And that was actually a part of this one. And it just keeps going. And that was kind of my frustration, and where I was left with, it was kind of like, man, how many layers are there to this? How many? And then, and I don't want to scare anybody, but then the question becomes, why would we create and immerse ourselves in so many levels of a simulation? Is the base reality or whatever's outside of these simulations so bad that we choose to keep ourselves immersed in this simulated reality? Or is it more likely, which I do believe and lean on the side of, that while these, again, you know, we're talking outside of our linear sense of time, while it may seem like a lifetime and you may remember 100 or 1,000 lifetimes, it can all still be in the blink of a second inside of like a simulator like that. Like, you can come out of it and realize that the person next to you who only experienced one lifetime was in there physically in base reality the same amount of time as you were, who experienced 1,000 lifetimes and made it to the Great Awakening and went all the way. So, you know, I say it like, I visualize it as a ball of yarn in your head, and the controller can pull that ball of yarn out as far as they want or need to meet their objectives. But it's but once you're outside of the simulation, you realize that that's not the linear sense of time. That I don't know how to explain that. I get lost trying to explain that, but the best way I can explain it is like, it is like a ball of yarn, time, and all these lives and experiences that you remember. It's like them pulling out a piece of string, and some people's string are pulled out longer than others. So yeah, that's kind of a difficult thing to explain or to put into words, but
impossible, really. You know,
yeah, it's like you come out of it and you're laughing and you realize that it was really the blink of an eye. It seemed like it was eternity. And while you were in there, all you wanted to do was get out. And then you get out and you realize, oh man, if only I'd had this knowledge and understanding consciously while I was still in there. Imagine what I could have done with it. Imagine how different that life experience would have been. The chances I would have taken. What would I have done with my energy? Would I have given it to some stupid humdrum job, or would I have done something creative or focused on love or spent more time with my family? You know, I mean, these realizations really are going to reshape our understanding of reality and what we give our time and attention to. And so that's kind of heading into the next part of our segment here. Where is all of this headed? And you know, we see that we're in a rocky spot right now. There's a lot that's coming undone. Our world is destabilizing. There's some extremely dark, hard truths coming out that we are going to have to find a way to swallow. But ultimately, it culminates into the Great Awakening. As they say, the only way to the light is through the dark. You have to face that, and there has to be a reconciliation before you can move forward. So the truth must be exposed. We're going to have to deal with it. And then we move on to what? Well, to the realization that these life experiences can be whatever we want them to be. We just have to get so angry and betrayed that we take our power and our world back from those who held it hostage from us. Be the change that we want to see, and don't settle for less from yourself or from anyone else. Don't go with the flow any longer. If it's not right, change it. If it doesn't feel right, look into it, draw attention to it. We're all coming forward with our truths. Whistleblowers are risking themselves, their lives, their careers, everything to come forward with this, to make this happen. We know that we're ready. We're all ready for a change. We're sick of the fake ass shit. Everything we've been told is fake. Whatever this truth is, be it good, bad, or incredibly hard to swallow, we are entitled to that truth. And for damn sure, a certain few humans did not have the right to hold that truth from the rest of us. And when you think about how long these programs have been going on and how long these truths have been kept from us, they have essentially retarded our species by close to a century or more. And that, in my opinion, is a crime against humanity. They withheld information regarding the nature of our reality that in no way is involved with national security or politics or any of the other. There's been some serious crimes committed here. Anything that you can imagine and so much that you can't has occurred to keep this secret. I mean, as we're all realizing how big this is, that's got to be the next natural question that comes to your mind. How in the hell did they manage to keep this, all of this, for this long, right under our noses, out in the open in many cases?
And what's their motivation?
Well, their motivation is power and control and to advance themselves in this game. And they do that by keeping all the information. If they're the only ones who can see the board and know, what's what, they're the only ones that are going to get ahead. While we're all left here to fumble blindly and stupidly through it all. They've known all along that people that were saying they were experiencers were telling the truth. They've known that. And yet they let those people be, I mean, I'm talking 40, 50 years ago, they let those people be mocked, be put into insane asylums, have their lives ruined, have electric shock therapy, you know, people within their organization that tried to blow the whistle on these programs and going down the road of secrecy, they were silenced permanently. You know, some might even say all the way up to the president of the United States that was willing to come forward was silenced permanently. That's how big this is. So now that the cat's out of the bag and whistleblowers all over are coming forward, and it's all starting to come together to paint this big picture that we're all just realizing, wow, we more than dropped the ball. And now there's those among us, those above us, and who knows how many levels above us that have been playing us like fiddles all along. And we all need to wake up and catch up and start forcing some truth out of all of this and see what we can make of it, because there's so much out there that needs answers, that needs truth, that needs resolution. There are victims that need to be recognized. There are people that have committed such horrific crimes that need to be held accountable. There needs to be justice. You know, and we all need to wrap our heads around the fact that there's stuff going on at the next level that we're not aware of. And we need to figure out, you know, how do we start to protect ourselves or understand or, you know, what is it that we're dealing with? Who are we dealing with? What are their intentions? You know, what can we do to protect ourselves? Imagine if the best minds on the planet had the last century to be out in the open above the table tackling this topic. Imagine where we'd be right now. So
we'd be ahead of the game.
Yeah, you could say that again. So I think the thinning of the veil is a natural balance of the scales. I think it's inevitable because of the outrageous, extensive wall of lies that has been shoved down our throat. And, you know, truth will always find its way to the surface. And they went too far. They crossed lines they never should have crossed. They held this in secret for way longer than they needed to. And they're still doing that. There's no interest or gain for them to come forward with this. They only lose power and lose the advantage that they now have in their pocket by coming forward. So it infuriates me when people are like waiting for the government to come forward and tell you what they've done for the last 80 years. It's like, okay, these are the people that didn't tell you for the last 80 years, but all of a sudden this year they're going to turn a new leaf and they're going to just cough up everything. Really? I mean, come on. We're not that naive anymore, are we?
Well, we're talking about like a dark military, and we've gone over like the technologies they have, and that not only do they have craft and, you know, underground bases and then interconnected railways that go past the speed of sound, but they also have psychic technology as well, interface consciousness interface technology that can and also medical technology for rapid healing, psychic technology that can enhance psychic skills, that can train people to do psychic skills. And unfortunately, it looks like that's not been cultivation, that's been trauma-based, like Illuminati MK Ultra style. And the more you look at it, the more it looks like they're a dark faction, that they're not just people doing things that, like you were saying earlier, with the black magic and stuff like that you're hearing about, people having altars in the middle of the desert who are prominent people, the people behind the scenes that are now coming out and actually trying to put forward disclosure you've actually seen. And you remember back in the day, there was the Mellon guy, right, walking around with a clipboard, and now he's out front saying he's trying to make it's like they're putting on a puppet show for us, right? And they're trying to cover it up.
Yes and no. Here's what I'll say about that. And of course, I don't have all the answers, but I did have some interaction with Mr. Mellon in the underground. He did sit in on one of my remote viewing sessions. He was, and it was back in the 90s when he took over the Stargate program. And there's documentation that's been declassified all over the place and on my profile that he, in fact, did head up that and did take that over. So here's what I will say. Christopher Mellon has been at the top and the forefront of this underground knowledge and has kept the secret. He's been one of the biggest secret keepers. And then all of a sudden, when they realized, and that goes back to the Bill Wood, Brock Brader video, which now that I mentioned that, I'm going to get it and post it to here as well. When he, explained to them that this was going to happen no matter what they did, but you can't blame them for trying. They gave it their best shot anyway. Well, it is happening. And so now they know that they're not going to, it's not going to go their way. So they're going to have to try and mitigate and control the way this happens. They can't control that it's going to happen, but they're going to try to control the perceptions and the way that it happens. And so they're coming out with this controlled disclosure is what it's being called, which, essentially the people, and this is like, take, for example, Lou Elizondo, and I have not read his book Imminent, so I'm not one to comment specifically on anything that man has said, but I have seen tweets that he has posted where he specifically says, in his own words, makes no bones about it, that he was approved to say what he is saying publicly and that there are things he is not allowed to say. He admits that openly. So therefore, he is not a whistleblower. He is someone who was approved and put out by the government. And who wrote the foreword for his book? Oh, Christopher Mellon, the head of the CIA who controlled this secret. And so they are part of the controlled disclosure. And that doesn't mean that there's no truth coming from them and that they're not helping to move the ball down the court and that they don't sincerely have an inner desire for this truth embargo to end. All of that can be true. That's what the quantum sciences tell us, is that it doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both at the same time. So that's what I feel is going on with them. I feel like, yes, they were, or I won't say they, because I don't know about Mr. Elizondo, but as far as Mr. Mellon is concerned, I do know from firsthand experience, he was very much a part of the underground game and ran for the CIA, these programs, and that's well documented. And then all of a sudden, once they realized this was going to happen one way or another, and let's put out our controlled version of it and try to maintain what we can, suddenly he's on the fence, like trying to portray himself as the poster boy for disclosure for the people. And it infuriates me because I sit and think, you son of a bitch, you were one of the main ones keeping it from the people for all these years. And now it's your job to put it out there in a controlled, nice, neat way. And suddenly you're trying to make yourself out to be some sort of hero. And I'm not saying that he hasn't done good things and that he hasn't helped the movement and that truth isn't coming from him. Again, I'm not saying any of that. I'm simply saying he was on the other side of the fence too. Make no bones about it. He was. Yeah,
which is crazy. Like, if you actually step back and you consider this to be true, right, then you have to conclude that. You don't have
to consider it to be true. There's a document on my profile that was released. It was declassified from the CIA that states that Mr. Christopher Mellon for the CIA took over the program of the DNI's remote viewing program entitled Stargate. And there's a breakdown of what he found and how they recruited the viewers, and all of it's on there. That's been declassified. So this is how we're going to get them, guys. We are now know enough to go back and find these documents. And so if somebody tries to lie or backtrack or say, oh, no, I wasn't a part of that, or I have no knowledge of that, we can now hit them with the declassified document, or the whistleblower that worked beside them, you know, at their rank or higher, that says they did. And they're not going to be able to just sweep this under the rug anymore. There's just too much that has come out. And so that's all documented. And he, I imagine, would not deny that he worked for the CIA. This document was legitimately declassified. He, in fact, oversaw the program when it was taken over from the DNI. He can't deny that because the declassified document is on cia.gov.org. So, you know, that we're getting to a point where they've backed themselves into a corner. And that makes me so very happy, because they've had me backed into a corner my whole life. And I knew that if I could hold on long enough, one day the tables would turn in my favor. And that day is rapidly approaching. It seems to be happening. And to see them be the ones looking over their shoulder and on the run and backed into a corner and, you know, not know which way to go, that's refreshing. I hate to say it, but that's kind of poetic justice in my opinion. So anyway, that's kind of my take on where all this is heading. And I will post that Bill Brockbader video, where, you know, and again, they tried to discredit him and say that he didn't hold the position that he says he holds. Well, I can personally firsthand vouch for the fact that he did, because I was a part of the Stargate program and the Looking Glass project. And those were the two programs that he was brought in to head up. Now, I never personally had any face-to-face interaction with him. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I know from my own firsthand personal experience, I know enough knowledge about those two programs to know that the things that he's saying about them are in fact accurate 100%. So I have vouched for his video over and over again that every word of what this man is saying is the truth. And I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say he did. I'm telling you, not I believe him. I'm telling you, I know from firsthand experience, every word of this video is the truth. So I'm scrolling down right now to get to that video, and I've got it posted so many times on my profile, and I will post
it. He's the guy that talked about being in Looking Glass, and he actually stated that what he found and what they found over and over again was that they don't come out on top in their and so Looking Glass is one of those consciousness interface technologies where you have a person and their consciousness and their energy, and then you interface them with a technology, and they're able to see into the future and then report what they saw. And they had multiple people, stated by this guy, in that program. You were one of them, although you didn't end up being able to do it because you short-circuited the machine, you said.
I did not do it. I told you it was not me, but yeah. So
they thought, right. They thought it was you. They thought it was you.
Yes, they thought it was me. But yeah, I didn't want to do it, and they forced me to get in, and the Looking Glass equipment reads the user's energy signature and shows the probable outcomes of the future. And so they forced me in there, and when I pushed the buttons I was told to push, there was no power to the machine. And the SAIC people who were handling the technology, they were walking around in full hazmat white suits with their white vans parked in there with the blue SAIC letters on the side of it. They're all running around checking all the wires and shaking their heads, like saying, everything looks good. We don't understand the problem. And my handler immediately accused me, and he's like, I know you're doing this. What are you doing? And I said, it's not me. I'm not doing anything. I don't know why the thing won't work for me. So they didn't get anything from me. Right. But I didn't do it. I don't know to this day why the machine did not function. But I just did post the video from Bill Woods, and it is such an amazing video that talks about the fact that yeah, the Looking Glass foresaw the Great Awakening. It foresaw the fact that no matter what they would try to do to stop it, it would backfire in their face, and that people were going to come to know what was illusion and what was truth, and that this was
I've watched that. I've
What's that?
watched that. Well, I've watched that, and he had he saw two possibilities for the future. Whether they're two possibilities or split timelines, we don't know. But he saw one, which was a catastrophic doom, and then there was another where everybody kind of has this whole. It had ascension connotations to it, that sort of thing, right? And
Huh.
he didn't, so he wasn't able to actually kind of describe the positive because he didn't remember it or something like that. But which was kind of odd, right? And so the implications of that guy saying that, and you can vouch for for the authenticity. So we'll just approach it with full on authenticity, right? So
Well,
then you have like different implications of that. So you have that is the dark military looking and trying to find out its own future, right? And so you have that, and then that doesn't really take into account the NHI, right, and other forces as well that we are not aware of, right? So if the dark military loses, then that doesn't necessarily mean that dark loses, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean that just because the dark military loses that we win. Have you considered the the whole picture, what that could be, and the implications of that for us?
well, I've not seen the video of him speaking about the big cataclysm, so I don't know about that aspect of it. I mean, here's what I think. I
He had
think,
two interviews with Project Camelot, right?
yeah, there's two videos. I have seen both of those videos. The one, he's like in a tent in a t-shirt, like apparently on the run or something, because the government came at him and tried to charge him with sexual or rape of a minor or something, where when he was younger, he dated a girl. It was like I don't know, one of those situations where there was an age difference, and I don't know if it was proven or if it was like a like a ploy to
You can search
make
some of these
his,
thoughts and
yeah,
cook
to
them
like
out.
make him look bad, to frame him or whatever. I don't know. I don't know the details of it, but I know that he is still on the America's Most Wanted list, and they're still, they issued a happy 50th birthday for him like a couple years ago or last year or something. I don't know. I'd sure like to find the guy, that's for sure, because
Yeah.
he made that video a couple decades ago. So, before any of us had any inkling of any of this, he basically spelled out over 20 years ago what was going to be happening today. And it is happening today. So that's kind of like the proof in and of itself, is that you can go back and look at the date that was recorded and see like those things were not happening at the time that it was recorded, but they're happening now. So anyway,
Yeah.
your question was, what do I think that looks like? Like you're saying, if the dark military loses, but that we're still screwed at a higher level. Is that what you were saying?
Well, I'm not saying like I know what's going to happen. I'm just saying that there are multiple factions, right? There's multiple, or there may be only one, but let's just say there's multiple NHI factions. There's the disembodied upper astral, and if the dark military loses, okay, it's a huge topic, right? Because you have this dark military, right, which is comprised of humans, and then they interact. There's lots of reports of them interacting with the NHIs on people who are in underground bases of all the different types that we know of, right? And then, like, I've heard many podcasts with people who were in those bases, and they're like, yeah, it's straight up just Illuminati. And so we have this narrative of crashes, right? So there were crashes, and then there was the they took that technology and reverse engineered it, and then became powerful that way. But why would the NHI, who are already like had all this technology, gift it to them in order, knowing that they would be creating a new faction to begin with? It just confuses me. Like, what's their goal? If not, they're the same entity, and this is a narrative, or what are the other implications of that? You know, it's not so cut and dry. It's very confusing. Why would they do that?
Well,
And
see, again, all of what you were just talking about is based in our 3D reality. And the
yeah,
whole core concept of ascension is expansion of our consciousness to the fifth dimension, to where we have surpassed the fourth dimension, which is time and space. And we understand that is simply a program or a way of organizing moments or experiences. But the whole awakening is essentially beyond all of that 3D activity that was just mentioned. So as you said, it is extremely complex, because not only do you have all that 3D activity and the confusion of the different humans, the different NHI, and all that's at stake there, but then there's even the dimensions beyond our own that we don't yet have access to, which is what we're going to start to have access to. So, and with that comes many abilities. For example, that it's been said that we're shifting from what am I trying to say here? We're moving into more like a crystalline structure where we can hold more information. We're able to comprehend the nature of reality, and that there are other dimensions. And so we're being granted access slowly. They can't just slam that with everybody, because it is so overwhelming and hard to wrap your head around. And you go from thinking that you kind of got a hold on life, and even with some of this stuff that we're delving into in the 3D, and then all of a sudden that rug's pulled right out from under you, and you realize that you're now a tiny little fish in a huge ocean that may be inside of a few other huge oceans. And it just makes you realize how small you are, and how it just keeps going to the next level, to the next level. So I think we got to start with our level, where we're at, and focus on that. And once we begin to take control of ourselves and our life experiences here, and how we treat ourselves and the planet and each other, I think that's just going to accelerate this ascension process of, okay, they're expanding their minds, they're using their hearts to do right by themselves, by each other, by the experience. So they're capable of taking on more now. And I think that's what we're going to see happening. And with that, we're going to be able to discern and make light of a lot better a lot of the things that you were just mentioning: the puppeteers, the human puppeteers, the physical NHI, and what their roles are here, and who they answer to. And, the whole thing, I think, starts to be shown to us, so that we can take that knowledge and do more with it, and be more because of it. That's the hope.
The be more thing is crazy. So you've been, especially through all your experiences, you've been tackling it from your end, that you have really outlined very clearly there. And I've been, trying to figure this out from the upper dimensional energies perspective, and piecing it together. Like you said, there's guys that guy, he had predictions of what's going to happen that is unfolding now in the 3D. But I found, many resources that kind of outline this from the higher dimensional aspect of that was a long time ago made, that is coming out now.
Oh, absolutely.
And okay, I'll tell you how I think of the dimensions, at least my current understanding. Obviously, it's one of those things, if you actually experienced it, you understand, you had a childlike understanding of it. But we're going to deal with what we got. And the way I understand it is there are 7 different realms. So there's the physical, the most dense, and then there's the etheric, which the etheric is the template that the physical is based on, not the other way around. And then you have the astral, and then the upper astral, which is also a lower mind. So you have bodies for each of those four currently, right? And then there's the fifth, which is the soul realm. They also call it nirvana. And it looks like there is a cycling of souls, right? And they go up to there, and then they hit nirvana, and then they eventually come back down. And then there's, you know, possibly an astral physical interface that actually recycles people at a lower level. It looks like that's true that the dark forces have done. And above that is a body that we do not possess, that is the upper mental body, which is nothing to do with the physical. And then at the very top, there's spirit. And these dimensions are mapped out in our physical body. This is what they call like your chakras. And so at the very top of your head is your crown chakra, right? That's spirit. And so what you're talking about is living through your heart. Is I think instead living through the heart is still binding yourself into this lower level realms. I think what I've discovered is like living through your spirit and then through your soul. So your soul, and then some people, not everybody, but many have a spark within their soul in the center of their heart. And I think that the goal really is to merge your spark in your soul with your spirit. I think it's an unnatural split. So what's happening right now, as far as the thinning of the veil, the way I currently understand it, is that this 3D physical reality, what they call containers, are actually a prison. Like everything you think of in the 3D is actually it's not good. Like what we used to be is purely etheric, and before that purely astral, and then pure that, you know, on the way up. And that our current understanding of reality isn't really good, and that what the veil thinning actually is the dissolution of the physical. And then that is what's going to make this blending of the astral, first the lower astral and then the upper astral, more apparent and visible. And that's going to be a very tough process. And so I think that it really makes sense what's going on and what's happening in the world for me, looking at it through that lens. Because if you look at it through like the lens of pure dark military motivations versus the NHI, it doesn't really make sense what they're doing. Like they have full control, you know, currently with their technology, their psychic ability, their intelligence. It's just we're no match for them, you know. And I think we probably were more than a match for them at one point. But currently now, they don't have to change their tactics. So it doesn't make sense other than that they're forcing their hand. You know what I mean? It's like a company that dominates that has a monopoly in a market. You know, they're not going to suddenly give their competitors secret knowledge of their things or start sharing marketplace or anything like that. You know what I mean? And they're going to continue their dominance. Otherwise, the only reason they wouldn't is because their hand is being forced. And I don't know, like, so you have other aspects, which is the upper astral, right? So once we get through the lower astral, they're going to try and bind you to, you know, this 3D realm. And it seems that there are, so, you know, there's splitting of the timelines, but that's too complicated for me to understand. But there is also, it seems to be a creation of another universe kind of a thing. And so this splitting seems to be, if they can really fool you into buying into the physical and getting you to then opt in to choosing it, then they can transport you to a physical universe where you will be imprisoned there for a very long period of time, you know, if not forever, permanently. And so the choice is to, in my opinion, totally reject this physical, you know, prison reality that we are currently in, and move beyond it and just let it go, because it's going. And if you don't, so yeah, people will not experience any change in their reality if they get transported to that other realm. And, you know, if you start to see the veil thinning and you start to see, like, it's, so Fringe, you're here, like, what was the Molly person that you had? If you could post that.
I was
That
just
was a
going to say, yeah,
fantastic.
you're getting into a lot of what we've talked about now comes down to the soul. And the second video from Bill Wood talks about the fact that these non-human intelligence have learned to control and manipulate time and technology. And that's gotten them so far that they're like the power brokers of this reality. But they realize that where it's really at is 5D. That's where they really want to go, and they can't get there because you can't get there through the technology and down here messing with time. You're still in 3D. And so now that's why I think there's so much interest in the soul, and that's what's needed to get to this 5D, to ascend, because as you said, Joseph, it's not the physical body that actually exists in 5D. It's the spirit, the soul, whatever you want to call it. So real quick, if you don't mind, Joseph, I want to address a question that was sent in by 𝗶𝗁𝗃𝗃, and real quickly, and then I see that Jehara is here, and I would like to hear from her because she and I have been speaking a lot recently, and we have been meaning to have a phone call, but we just haven't been able to make that work out. I see that Fringe is here. I asked Fringe to come tonight because she and I need to catch up on a few things, and I need to ask her some things. So we've done some deep dives here on the whole thinning of the veil and what all that means, and the awakening and ascension and non-humans. The question from 𝗶𝗁𝗃𝗃 says, could you go into human ascension and what it looks like? What are the changes? When does it happen? I can only speak for myself and tell you what happened with my ascension. And when you say ascension, I'm saying awakening. I'm not sure if those are the same two things, because an awakening is regaining the knowledge from the fifth dimension and a remembering of that level of your being. But as we were just saying, when you actually ascend to that level, it's not your physical body that goes with you. It's your spirit, your soul. It's whatever that is inside you that makes you you, that moves on to that higher realm that doesn't need this dense physical body to exist. So, but for the sake of this question, I'm going to say that ascension is maybe in the sense of what I experienced in my awakening. And that was back in 2019 when the COVID lockdown started. And it started out slowly with like being hit with like flashbacks, like just at these random times. And this is kind of embarrassing to say, but like when I was on the toilet going to the bathroom and I was in deep concentration or something, and all of a sudden it's like, it almost felt like somebody took their hand and smacked my forehead. It was like something hit my head, and this flashback comes into my head, and I'm having these, like, I'm almost seeing a movie in my mind of what I know is a memory that I once possessed, but somehow it isn't there now. And it's like I'm seeing it again for the first time, but it's not the first time. And you're like, where the hell has this been? You know, where did it go? And that just continued and got more intense and more intense. And at first I was shown little things regarding my experiences with non-humans, and I was shown it from that higher 5D perspective, and why I thought this was a negative experience, this was actually an honor, and this was what was going on and why this was done. And you were put through this because if you hadn't done this, you wouldn't have ended up here. And so when you see it from that perspective, it's just like, wow, like reality really is inside out, and everything from 3D that I thought was one thing was actually something else. And when I see it from this perspective, it all makes sense now. All the puzzle pieces fall into place, both from an individual perspective, and then you also get hit with some of those collective realizations about what the nature of our reality is. You have a memory of in between lives and what occurred during that time, or you have a memory outside of the simulation where you agreed to go in and you were told that it was going to seem like a very, very long time. And when you, it's not like you have to choose to believe it. There's like that inner physical knowing, that feeling that this was once a part of my memory, and it's like it's been sectioned off, and suddenly like somebody's opened that window, and I'm able to peer through there and see that all this stuff is being kept in a room that I haven't had the key to. So that's what I would describe it as, my awakening. And it got so difficult because the things were coming at me so fast, and it was such dark truths to have to accept and relive the MyLab stuff and the things that were done to me with the non-humans and the nature of our reality in general. It all is just so deflating. I found myself just on the bathroom floor for days, just sobbing and throwing up and shaking and really having to define, who am I? What am I? What was I put here for? Why have I been blinded to it all most of my life? And how have they kept erasing all of this, that I've had all these fragments, but I've never been able to put it together? And to really kind of swallow your pride and swallow yourself, I guess you would say, and look at it from a bigger perspective. And so that was my awakening. I don't know if that answers your question or not. I hope so. Sorry to have rambled on like I did, but I'm going to move now to Jehara. Thank you so much for coming tonight and agreeing to come up and speak. I know you are an experiencer and have been dealing with quite a bit lately as well. So please, whatever you're willing to share with us, the floor is all yours.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Hi, it's after 4 in the morning here, so pardon if I'm a little croaky. I just wanted to ask Joseph if he wanted to respond to what Bridget just shared, or if I should continue.
Oh no, go ahead, Jehara.
Thanks. Okay, so related to what Joseph shared about the energy bodies, etc., within our own body, we've got our heart, but we've also got our higher heart, which I will come back to later, but I just wanted to touch upon that first to keep in mind. And then I wanted to share about regarding Chris Mellon and stuff, and the controlled narratives and things on a 3D level. I'd like to share something on chaos magic quickly. Chaos magic teaches that the essence of magic is that perceptions are conditioned by beliefs, and that the world as we perceive it can be changed by deliberately changing those beliefs. Chaos magicians subsequently treat belief as a tool, often creating their own idiosyncratic magical systems. So I feel that basically what we're dealing with here is chaos magic with these black magicians, and they are getting desperate, so they will be going all out, and they do work with chaos magic controlling the public's perceptions. So what we are essentially also dealing with on a quantum level is a matter of probability. So how we could counter this would be to also increase the probability of things going in a certain direction, and fundamental to that, especially with this chaos magic dynamic, is to clear our perceptions, our programming, as these are also holographic inserts that have been embedded and enmeshed within our psyche and within the various levels of our energy bodies, and coherency in terms of knowing who we are, and exactly what Bridget mentioned in what she just shared about the awakening. And that awakening is essentially a state of coherency, knowing who we are, why we're here, and what we came here to do. And that also links to the NHI systems interfering in terms of the veil of forgetting that we go through or experience when we incarnate here, and that the dark military works as the boots on the ground, akin to how we are boots on the ground for goodness, truth, love, whatever principles or core values each individual chooses and or resonates to embody and represent, and to be a conduit of. And then, as Joseph mentioned earlier about just because those dark forces don't win, does that necessarily mean that we do? I think then we've also got to keep in mind with this controlled narrative that there could be backup plans by the Archons, and in the 3D, however way it works is that if there is somebody who is outed, that person will be shamed and scapegoated, but essentially what's happened, the system has still continued. So people have to, or would be wise to, maintain discernment and not make gods of these, gods or saviors of these people who are coming forward and sharing these half-truths, which seems to be the case, and all of us being at their mercy and heralding them as heroes, when in fact it's chaos magic, essentially. And then coming back to that state of coherency and the higher heart and the magics, there's corruption on all levels of infrastructure, both in the 3D realm, and corruption on various levels of the quantum and or energy bodies, and corruption of the elemental beings, which is sort of what the technology that's used to create these hurricanes and freak weather occurrences is. It's corruption of elementals and quantum dynamics. So I just need to take a little breath there.
No, thank you for that, Jehara.
Thanks. And just lastly, there's the aspect of keeping in mind what I shared about the chaos magic and how our beliefs and perceptions are a tool, the danger in absolutely denouncing the 3D realm instead of reclaiming it and undoing the corruption and reprogramming or restoring it to organic and God or source natural architecture and elementary dynamics. Because in terms of, I think Rudolf Steiner's is the simplest, or what I resonate with in terms of explaining the Ahrimanic forces and the Luciferian forces, and both of these are equally detrimental. The Ahrimanic pertaining to extreme materialism, and the Luciferian denouncing materialism and being devoted to and or cultivating purely spirit, but denying the sanctity of the 3D. And I think part of what we're here to do is to reclaim the 3D, and in doing so, we change the quantum dynamics and the frequencies, and perhaps these lower forces won't be able to survive once there's resurrected organic dynamics of the various energy bodies, and so they would cease to be, but in seizing souls that would continue them, but they won't be able to go past a certain point. But reclaiming the dynamics of this dimension might just cause either a bifurcation where they would be trapped in a realm of their own level, and or cause them to not exist. So yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. Like me and Bridget talked before in one of our other spaces here about perception management, and that seems like that's what the name of the game is. And when you start looking past just the 3D into what reality actually is, it makes total sense that you have to take into account now not only are there aliens, but that magic is real and that energy bodies are real, other dimensions are real, and that there might be, like you're presenting, a third option instead of complete materialism or physicality, which is what they're trying to have us buy into, and then the other one, which is pure ascension, pure spirit, but that there's a third option, and we have to formulate it ourselves, create our own chaos magic. So what are your techniques, Jehara, for becoming conscious on that level and then creating your own perception? And because we would have to do it en masse, right? So what's the path forward to that you see, as far as you can see it?
Yeah, not so much that we have to create our own chaos magic, because we're already in it by being in this realm, because that seems to be the dynamic. We're all born into this satanic system, for lack of a better word, that is predatory and uses our light force to sustain itself. Because once we withdraw our energy, it would seem to crumble, as where attention goes, energy flows. So in dealing with the chaos magic, as he said, it would come down to probability and doing things that would increase our own coherency, would increase that probability. So meditation is really useful to still the mind, though importantly, meditation can also be used to hijack and can make us more accessible to NHI, and can also make us susceptible to the Luciferian agenda, and especially for those of us who've been MyLabs and have dealt with MK Ultra, there can also be the risk of dissociation. So there are various forms of tantric meditation, and I just need to clarify that Tantra is not acrobatic sex as advertised or propagated in the Western mind, but a mindfulness and presencing of the body, and the meaning of Tantra is to weave. And if we think of our perceptions creating reality, essentially it is a weaving that occurs on a quantum level. So these various modalities of somatic meditative practices, bringing our awareness into our body, experiencing our emotions, is something so important, and that society has been steered and engineered away from, because distracting or escaping our emotions creates blockages. Emotions are energy in motion. Nothing is stagnant, nothing is static. Everything is constantly in motion. Those of us who are really sensitive would be aware of that, and the need for rest, etc. And so it wouldn't look the same for everybody, but everybody would need to have some sort of way of dealing with emotions and or pardon me, trauma as well is crucial. So addressing our present emotions, addressing past emotions and stuck traumas, a really important exercise to help that is TRE. I think it stands for trauma releasing exercise or something like that, by 𝗧𝗶𝘁𝗶𝘁𝗃. And what is really special about that is that it allows the body to process and release stuck energies and traumas without the need for the mind to remember. So that is really important, and I think everyone could try that, because people think, oh, I didn't have this horror happen to me. I had a pretty decent childhood, etc. But actually, we all have traumas, and that can be seen even in a natal chart, in an astrological natal chart. Everybody has various factors present that relate to wounding and the archetypes, etc. And the shadow aspects of the zodiac signs and the higher aspects. I know I'm saying a lot, but I want to share as much as possible in this short time, even though I'm croaky at like 4:30 in the morning, in case different things appeal to different people. So the modalities of physical practices or looking at one's energy blueprints via astrology and or human design. And then also breath work is incredible for moving through things and processing and connecting to one's higher self and or God or source is fundamental, I feel. However that manifests personally is for each to decide, and part of the spiritual integration is to also accept that it's for each individual to choose for themselves. So however that looks, it is crucial, especially that connection to higher self, and that relates to higher heart and activations of the energy bodies and clearing the holographics physically. Hands-on healing, excellent. And then looking at the physical modalities of poisoning and corrupting of the elemental aspects in terms of our food, our water, the parabens in our skincare, things like that. Glyphosate, how it destroys the gut and the connection to our gut and mind, our serotonin levels, because mood affects thoughts, and again, the hijacking, the chaos magic, the probability. So being a clear conduit for whatever our values, our higher self, and our God source may be. And then also clear communication, basic principles such as honesty and awareness, and being aware of how things affect us, like listening to the radio. It's not just radio or something to have on while you're driving. These are frequencies. We are energy beings, first and foremost. And all of these are frequencies that are programming us. And this is what these dark factions and the CIA knows and has taken advantage of. I mean, we've got scientists, these false god scientists, pushed on us with oh, this latest breakthrough and that latest breakthrough. And it's like, this is stuff the CIA has been sitting on and utilizing, again, to increase probability for their chaos magic. And they are also tools for getting help, like Bernhard Gunther and Laura Matsu. I think UFOX needs they work desperately. I think they would be the best and the most integrated people that I could recommend. And if people need assistance with working with their trauma, kinesiology is also excellent. Qigong is a wonderful practice. Yoga, one needs to be really mindful, as that can also, again, like meditation, lead to dissociation actually, and accessing of the energy bodies by NHI. So it's basically about clearing out vessel and looking at all the bodies and aspects of our life that comprise our being, and in doing whatever we can to resurrect these blueprints and these holograms to its organic and our intended infrastructure, and beginning with what we can do, because there's so much and it can be overwhelming. But in this moment and going forward, just even having the intention, I would say you would be amazed how amazing these things you people would really be amazed at just, again, going to the chaos magic and perceptions and belief, holding the intention for help and perseverance, stamina, and knowing that we are in a spiritual warfare. It's going on. It isn't this impending doom or threat of World War III. We're already in it, and some of us are more in the trenches than others, but we're all in it. So doing what we can with where we are and being aware and having discernment, while also being able to hold compassion and love, as that can be a bridge for others as well as hurt and fallen and corrupt aspects of ourselves.
Well, thank you for that, Jehara.
Oh my God, I have to jump in here. Jehara, I am blown away, girl. And you and I have been talking, but in text, it's so different than to actually hear someone express themselves. I cannot believe your understanding and just knowledge of the big picture and what all is going on, not to mention your resources and scientific and practice knowledge, spiritual practice knowledge. So I'm going to say what everyone is probably wanting to say right now. Who the hell are you? Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about yourself? Are you an experiencer? Are you a MyLab abductee? How old are you? Where do you live? I mean, what are you willing to share with us? How did you come to have this kind of wisdom? Please.
I've always been a little weirdo. A lifelong experiencer. It's so much easier for me to speak about other stuff and the dynamics than myself, because I've mostly been alone there, because my entire life I could feel things were wrong and feel into the energetics and the holographic infrastructure of things. It's a bit overwhelming and I'm shy, but Yeah, MyLab, from the past 6 coming to 7 years now. Lifelong experiencer of all sorts of NHI, including one that told me he's my real father and I'm some freaking princess or whatever. Well, it's like, buddy, weren't you paying close attention because I have no interest in being a fucking princess or whatnot? So I'm just me. I'm a little bumpkin.
So can
Yeah,
I ask some questions and you can answer them or choose not to share? I don't want to try to get you to share too much personal information, but I noticed in your speaking that you have a little bit of an accent, but I can't put my finger on the accent. How old are you? Where do you live? Where are you from?
I'm from South Africa, and my grandma taught me when I was 8 to never share my age, so yeah, it's
That's
confidential.
awesome. That's awesome. So you are a lifelong experiencer, and you mentioned being a MyLab abductee. I know you and I had a lot of similar experiences, and it sounds like you have had an awakening. Did you have an actual awakening where a lot of this was given back, or was all of this information that you've gathered throughout your conscious life, or how did you come to have this coherent understanding of this big picture, if I may ask?
When I was little, I had extreme coherency that I noticed others didn't seem to, and I've been able to tell NPCs, which was absolutely actually traumatic as a child. I actually freaked out once thinking that an NPC was gonna eat me in the pool when she grabbed me. Shame, it was just another little girl, but yeah, so been able to tell NPCs from when I was really little, and super sensitive to the point of not being able to be a good cog in the wheel of the matrix, because of being so sensitive and experiencing things somatically, so having to process them. But the short version would be that I've had a constant level of awareness, but there's also been extreme traumas that have been by design, and I will touch on here that I think people don't seem to often mention is that trauma for a lot of us hasn't been accidental or simply circumstantial. That NHI and especially also the Archons have created these traumas by design to attempt to derail us and hijack us. So with the traumas, there has been veils. Trauma veils things, doesn't it? Trauma is veils upon veils in various ways. But working to address it, various information has come up at different times and through different moments. But there's also been some that has been constant, so it isn't all one thing. And I have been mind wiped a lot, so since I was a teenager, I used to giggle and tell people I don't know what I don't know, as you stated earlier. So yeah.
That's awesome. I love it when there's those synchronicities, and that's honestly how you and I came together. There was just too much that was lining up and on track and the same circumstances and experiences, and so we started talking, DMing, and we're going to have a telephone conversation, but we just had some trouble getting the timing right because, as you mentioned, so I don't mind saying it now because you already said it publicly, you're in South Africa. And so our time difference is so, messed up that, it's the middle of the night for her or I'm at work. And so we've had a hard time getting together. And I'm so glad that you stopped in tonight and blessed us with all this amazing understanding and knowledge and resources and, things to try. And that's just fantastic. You and I definitely are going to have some conversations. So we're going to have to figure that time thing out. And, that's a lot of what you said is really what it's all about. It is, like you said, making the decision within yourself, the intention. And in the Bill Woods video, he talks about that. I think he says, for all accounts and purposes, if I could convince you that what we believe to be true eventually comes true. And it is the truth. If we are all creating this holographic reality with our intentions and our actions and our reactions and in our, attention and energy is where it goes, is what's going to manifest. And so we all just have to start looking inward and focusing that energy and attention. I always say everybody's kind of like trying to blow up and find out, well, who did what, and let's go back and pinpoint and how this happened. And it's like, no, don't put all of your energy into looking back. We could spend the next 5 centuries trying to nitpick who's at fault and who did what and who should have. We've got a lot of catching up to do quickly. So we need to, have some resolution here with some people that we know made some bad choices and did some really bad things. And then we all need to come together, put the best minds on the planet together and start putting this puzzle piece by piece together as quickly as we can, because as Jehara said, we're in this game, whether we know it or not. Some of us have more realization and understanding of just how important our energy and actions and intentions are, and others haven't gotten there yet. And we're all at different levels and here for different reasons and have a different, a different destiny, if you will. But for those of us who know that this is what we were sent here to do, we were sent here to expose the illusion and help humanity regain its power and make these life experiences as they should be. And so we are in the middle of it. We are up to our ears in it. There is no turning back now. And so I'm excited to see people be willing to come out and share so intensely like you did, about your knowledge and your experiences. And it's hard. It is hard to get up in front of people and talk about stuff that, half the people in the world are going to think you're crazy for, or you're making something up, and it just comes with the territory. But for those of us that know our truth and have the courage and conviction to stand in that truth, we know that one day, whether it's now, whether it's, later in our life, whether it's after we're long gone, but one day it will be verified and we will be vindicated that we were telling the truth, that, it is as we say it is. And we know that from our personal experience, not from a belief or something we bought into, but from what we endured and went through personally. You got to do the work. I knew that I was going to have to go through it all myself. I wasn't going to be able to ride on the coattails of anybody else. I could only take my truths for truth and find my own way through it. And so, on some level, that's what we're all doing. Of course, we're working together, the good and the dark, and the light and the dark, or whatever you want to call it. But there's 2 angles there. There's your individual game, and then there's the big game. And so we're all in this together, and we have the ability to change this. And I think that door is open further than it has ever been in humanity's existence that I'm aware of right now. And it has certainly gained the attention of many, many beings across many dimensions, and everyone is watching. Like, you see those memes about, oh, it's the Truman Show for non-humans. And that is actually the truth. It is so hit the nail on the head, because the entire universe is been grabbed. Their attention has been grabbed, because this is something that doesn't happen very often. It's a unique transformation or evolution of life that doesn't happen very often, and it's very interesting, and a lot of attention is focused on this. How are we going to handle this? Are we going to, you know, put the past behind us and move forward and make this what we can, you know, make what we can out of this? Or are we going to completely implode and, you know, lose it and not be able to handle these higher truths that we've fought so hard for? Well, we're about to find out. So, you know, buckle up, people, because it certainly is coming, and it's been happening for a long time now. Really, I think this all actually started, you know, a couple of decades ago, and it's like only a few people were really outspoken, and they were ridiculed to hell and back. But, you know, a lot of them stood their ground and said, well, sign me up for crazy, because this is what I'm telling you is the case. And somehow, some way, someday, this is going to be verified. And sure enough, some of them are having the last laugh right now, because the things that they were saying are in fact things that we're coming to find out there's more merit than we thought to, or flat out that they were true. So exciting time to be alive, for sure. Chance to really shape and mold and change these life experiences for all of us from here on out. And that's what I agreed to come here and do. Fringe, you keep jumping in and jumping out, and I was afraid you weren't going to come back. I've been waiting for you to come back so I can ask you to ask to be a speaker, if you would, or Joseph, if you could send her a speaker request.
I've done that.
Thank you. Fringe, if you're willing to speak tonight, we certainly would love to hear from you. Fringe and I co-hosted a show way back when the Spaces shows were pretty new, and we had a pretty good time doing it. And, you know, we've gone off and done different things, but we still keep in touch. And I just said to her, please come tonight, because I want to talk to you and catch up and, you know, see what you've been up to. And I know she too is a lifelong experiencer, and she started out saying she didn't think she was a MyLab abductee, but in the course of the time even that she and I had our show, we came to realize that she in fact was a MyLab abductee as well. And it culminated really when we had Melinda Leslie on our show during UFO Twitter Week. What was it, 2 years ago, I guess? And she, you know, confirmed that both of us are indeed MyLab experiencers and just have more information and knowledge and, you know, experience that matches up than you would really be able to pull out of your ass or even research and find. So anyway, we appreciated the nod from her, and she's dropped out again. So, and she never did take the speaking request, so maybe she didn't want to speak tonight. But anyway, I appreciate her stopping in and saying hi. I miss her. And, you know, we've talked about doing a space sometime, she and I, but like everyone, it gets so busy, and I work full time, and I'm a single parent, and, you know, it seems like I'm just going nonstop, and I don't have as much time to do the spaces and put towards these actionable causes that I would like to see happen. Joseph, I don't know if I've clued you in about some of the projects that I have going on here, but I'm going to take a minute here, if you don't mind, to go over some of them, because I did want to talk to Jehara about some of the things that I'm doing.
Of course.
Yeah, to see if she or anyone else here would be interested in coming on board. So just a little recap. I have been seeking out MyLab participants that have some sort of detail information, that they know program names or names of individuals or functionality or enough information to verify. You know, unfortunately, I know a lot of people don't have that because of the memory wipes and different things that are done to prohibit us getting those memories. But I have sought out for the last few years other MyLab abductees that have the most conscious recall and knowledge. And I had been petitioning Daniel Sheehan to take us on as a class action suit against the government for the MyLab activities. I spent the few years working my way into his inner circle and asking Melinda Leslie to vouch for me as a MyLab abductee. And unfortunately, I kept getting the feeling from him that, not that I ever spoke directly to him, but just with the way he responded and never had the time. And, what Melinda was always kind of like writing us off, like, well, he's got a lot going on right now. And I know he did. And he has since, done a lot and is still doing a lot. But I kind of just got the feeling that he was lining up more with the government, and that was a strategic move on their part. They, I said touche for scooping him up, because I've spent the last 3 years trying to work myself into his inner circles, and now he's agreed to head up the amnesty and immunity program for the government. So that kind of makes it a conflict of interest for him to go after the government with a class action MyLab suit. So touche to them. However, they, on many occasions when they pull this shit, it just forces me to find another path. And that's exactly what I did. And so now I will be submitting, our group will be submitting to the International Criminal Court. And I made that public a few months ago. And sure enough, now the latest scandal is that they're going after the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. They're saying that sexual harassment or sexual misconduct or something. And everyone's saying it's a total sham. Obviously this man holds some weight, or they wouldn't be going after him like this. And so anyway, that's one project that I have going on right now, is I am actively in the process of putting together my submission. Anyone can submit evidence to the International Criminal Court, and then they will decide whether to first investigate that evidence and then prosecute if their investigation determines it necessary to prosecute those crimes. So I am putting together a comprehensive submission on the MyLab programs, and it's going to involve various people, whistleblowers from different levels of the whole thing, from some people within the program, I'm trying, to victims that were participants, in my case non-voluntarily. I can't speak for anybody else, but and so anyway, I'm putting together this comprehensive submission, and I could use all the help I could get. There's different things that have to be done as far as putting together video submissions and finding certain declassified documents, and finding the witnesses, and getting people, tracking them down to make contact and getting them to come on. So it is a very comprehensive project that's probably going to take me a couple of years. It's probably going to be bigger than my college degree, but I feel like the authorities and our national systems are compromised. And as I was saying earlier, that we can't vote our way out of this, that we need a complete overhaul at this point. So, they have kind of like cut me off at the knees every path that I have tried to take to find some justice, or to get this in the courts, or, really out to the masses. And so I'm going to go a level higher to the International Criminal Court, and hope that, I'm sure that I'm not the first person to bring activity to their attention, but I'm hoping that with the comprehensive nature of this submission, that it may have a real effect in moving that ball down the court. So anyone, and especially Jehara, who would be interested in coming on board and being a part of that project, I have a really good feeling that this could be a way to get some international attention and some outside people beyond the little boys club that they seem to have locked down nice and tight, involved in this thing. The more eyes on it, the better. So I see Fringe is back, but she did not choose to speak to us before. So again, I'll just put it out there. If you want to come on and speak and let everyone know how you're doing and what you've been up to, I would love to catch up with you. If you would rather do that privately, or you're not available right now, we completely understand. We appreciate you being here, and you and I are definitely going to have to get together and have another space soon. I miss having our space. I miss keeping in touch with you regularly. And I know you and I get really busy, but we're going to have to make it a point. That was one of the things I liked about our space, was that it was just this casual conversation that you and I jump in and you know, we talk for a while, and you know, then we kind of opened it up to everybody else. Jump in. What do you think? What do you want to talk about? But in the beginning, it was just you and I having a same conversation that two friends on the telephone or sitting around a bonfire would sit and have. And, you know, the more and more people are starting to have this conversation. And those of us that, you know, helped pave that path, that came forward and spoke our truth and stood by it, regardless of what people thought or said about us, we will be the ones that end up having the last laugh. So anybody who's willing to come forward and wants to be involved in the International Criminal Court project, let me know. And I do have a couple other projects going on, but right now, since Fringe has come on as a speaker, I'm going to zip that up and turn the floor over to her. How are you doing? What are you up to? What is new in your world?
Oh my, what is new in my world? I'm just enjoying the conversation, catching up with what's happening with you, Bridget. I was actually disconnected for a minute, but I did hear you talking about how your plans with this International Criminal Court, and I just want to, you know, wish you the best with that, and I just hope that that happens. I mean, I hope that your dream, you know, comes true, that you're able to actually get this, you know, to the front of the line instead of where abductees are right now, which is at the very back of the line, and just bring international attention to this issue. So I very much support you, and I just hope to see it happen. And I appreciate, you know, the effort that you're putting in. So thank you.
Oh, thanks for that, Fringe. Thank you. Yeah, you know, it, it's more than just a dream of mine. I mean, I've said before, as a little girl that was so scared and enduring all of this, and I just kept waiting for somebody to save me. And first I tried sleeping on the floor over my register vent, because I thought when they came for me, I could yell and my mom would hear me and she would come and save me and stop them from taking me again. But of course, you know, she never heard me. She never saved me. And as a little girl, I was just always waiting for someone to come save me and make this stop. I never in a million years could have imagined that the one that was going to come save that scared little girl would be me as an adult. And I'm going to help a lot of other people along the way. And all the scared little girls that are going through what I went through, I'm going to do what I can to bring some change to it. And as most of you know, I have a 12-year-old daughter who has abilities as well. And it makes me sick to think that she's possibly being subjected to the things that I was being subjected to, and that I can't stop it from happening. So the only thing that I can do is to try and drag this out into the light, to shine a light on it, to go public, to be the one that makes things uncomfortable, because for some reason I was given a lot more conscious recall back than most other people. I've got all the names, all the contractors, all the program names I was involved in, the dates, the underground base locations. I mean, I've got a lot of information, and I was given that information for a reason, to do something with it. So I feel a tremendous responsibility, not only to my younger self, but as I said, to everyone else, to do it, to do what I can with it, to stand by it and make some change. It is way overdue. But thank you, Fringe, so much. And I know you, and I see DoomerDaddy is here as well. Oh my goodness, the Doomer crew is in the space. I know you guys have got all kinds of things going on, and you're always having all these big guests coming on. So tell us, Fringe, what do you guys have on the horizon, and what topics have you been covering, and you know, what's going on that front?
Let's see. We don't have anything coming up right now except for our regular space with Tom. Probably most people here know Tom. He goes by Tom Montalk here on UFO Twitter. So we've got our regular third Thursday of the month usually, and that's November 21st. So I always love talking to Tom. He's got so much knowledge and so much experience and data to back up his knowledge. And so I just love having him on. I think we were going to talk about, I put ultra terrestrials on the space title, but we were also going to maybe talk about some eschatology and some of the prophecies that are out there right now. And it will be post-election as well. So maybe we'll talk about whether whoever gets elected might be bringing us disclosure, just those kind of things. But he's incredible. I'm always feel very lucky to have him on, and I think he's been really great for the community just to bring a little bit of balance to the narrative. And so that's November 21st. So thanks for allowing me to speak about that, Bridget.
Yeah, it's nice to see you two back together. It's kind of how I got into the whole Twitter was you, Bridget, and Fringe, your OG spaces. It's really nice to see you back together.
I've been trying to get Bridget to come back to spaces for like 8 months, and she always said no. So I'm glad you, Joseph, got her back in here because now we can tag team her. She's here.
No, I totally want to be a part of the spaces thing. I think, Fringe, we identified like part of the problem we ran into is the fact that I cannot sit in like a 6, 8, or 10-hour space. I mean, I'm a single parent. I work full time. I barely have time to take a shower and wash the sweat off. There's no way I can do anything for 10 hours straight. So our spaces, like with it, I loved the fact that that many people wanted to speak and was involved. But after a couple hours, and I'm embarrassed to even say this, but do you remember that one show that I actually fell asleep and you said it out loud? You were like, oh, I think Bridget fell asleep. And I totally did. And, it's like I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and I stay up as late as I can. But after a few hours, I'm like nodding off. So, I would love to do the spaces again and, maybe keep them a little bit shorter, maybe stick to a certain time limit. But it just got to be too much with work and the kid and everything. So we decided to kind of give it a rest. Plus, we were doing a weekly show. And let's face it, you got to admit, Fringe, it took a lot of work. It was a lot of work to find the speakers, to do the research, to have, topics set up, to just the whole thing. And then Fringe handled most of the actual hosting of the space and allowing people to speak and blocking people. And she did such an amazing job at that. I'll never forget that. Like, somebody went to cut me off or say something shitty, and boy, they got like about a word and a half out and they were just gone from the space. I was like, nice, host is on it. So, and she was always very careful about, like, she wouldn't bring people up to speak if it wasn't somebody that she didn't know. Like, if there was a possibility that this was going to be some crazy loon that was just going to say something stupid for attention, she wouldn't allow those people to come up and speak if they requested. So, there was a lot of work to it. It isn't just jump in and, sit and gab. So anyway, I really enjoyed it and I miss having our space, and we should definitely have another space sometime.
Oh yeah, I miss it too. And I think we were doing a lot of good. And I think that, how many people, Bridget, wrote to us and said, oh my gosh, you guys saved my life. And, I didn't know there was anybody we could talk to about this. I mean, it's a very important thing and, we should keep it up. And yeah, I know things got, kind of crazy with the weekly commitment and all of that. And I went on vacation for like 8 weeks or something. That didn't help. But here we are back and Joseph's here. And too, we can let Joseph host and we can just talk. I like that idea.
Yeah, that works out.
Nice.
And one thing about what you guys did was that was the early days, right? And you had to, like, basically it was just the two of you, but there's a lot more people involved now, and kind of like the etiquette and how spaces are kind of like used now is different. You can pop in and then pop out, and if you're the host or the co-host, co-host kind of like jump in and out too. You don't really need to have the bulk commitment that you did before, especially now that Fringe has DoomerDaddy to co-host. you don't have to commit as much of your time, as valuable as it is too.
Yeah, you know, it is a little harder if it's only two people having to carry the conversation. I think especially in the beginning of our spaces, people were you know, I think when people hear abductees speak to each other and we know what we're saying, we know what we're talking about, we can go, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, that happened to me too, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Well, it hasn't happened to everybody. And so it can be difficult to participate in a conversation where you're kind of the outside looking in. So unless it was another experiencer or abductee, a lot of people didn't feel comfortable actually coming up to speak. And so I think we had that kind of in the beginning. And then people did get more comfortable and they realized that they could ask questions. I'll tell you, I'm surprised we don't get more questions, Bridget, you know, Jehara, I see Ursula and Chris in here. And Hiker Gal, I've done several spaces with her. She's great. I'm surprised we don't get more questions. I'm surprised that this community doesn't want to just get a panel of experiencers, regardless of our belief systems or our current take on whatever's happening, and just ask questions and just pick our brains because there's a lot going on up there. There are so many things that I have never even discussed. I know there are stories Bridget has that have never come out. And it's just waiting for the right question. And so I'm actually surprised that the community doesn't want to hear more from us. I think a lot of times we end up in our own spaces, talking amongst ourselves, and that's it. And there's so much knowledge in there, that community could be taking advantage of it. And yet I don't think they really do. My general rule is not to speak in a space unless I'm asked to. And 9 times out of 10, I'm not asked. And that's fine. You know, people wanna sit around and talk about whether UFOs are real all day. I get that because everybody's in a different place. But you would think that people would take advantage of wanting to ask Bridget questions and Jehara and Chris and, you know, Ursula, everyone in here, who's had a lot of experience with this stuff. So, yeah, getting together and having this kind of thing, I think is very valuable to the community, and I think we should do it more often.
Yeah, agreed. Do you remember when Melinda Leslie approached you and I and wanted to put together the panel discussions of MyLab abductees and shop it around to all the different podcasts and television hosts, like series hosts and stuff? Do you remember her talking to us about that?
Oh yeah, I totally remember that. That was last summer sometime. And you know, I ended up going to actually see Melinda. Do you remember that, Bridget? I actually went and visited Melinda and went on her UFO.
Yeah. You said you went out on her tour and you guys actually saw stuff, right?
Yeah, we actually met for lunch and we went to MUFON meeting with her. Me and my husband actually met her, and then we did go on her tour. Um, Yeah, I mean, it was super fun, and just meeting someone from UFO Twitter in person is interesting. Actually met up with Amy this last week.
Oh, did you really?
Abductee Journal. Yeah, we actually talked about you just for a brief minute. Yeah, it's super interesting to take the face, you know, someone that we have so much in common with. It would be like meeting you, Bridget, in person because me and Amy have so much in common. Amy is the person I can call and say, hey, you know, some ridiculous question like, hey, have you ever seen a communal drinking fountain on board? Okay, how many people in this room would be able to even consider in their minds that there might be a communal drinking fountain on an alien spaceship? Sounds ridiculous, right? But when I'm looking to see whether I'm having a screen memory or something that I believe that I actually did see and it's not a screen memory, I can call Amy and go, hey, you ever seen a communal drinking fountain on board? And she'll go, yep. Did it look like this? And I say, yep, that's exactly what it looked like. So how many people are out there in the world who can do that? And Bridget's one of those people for me as well. And so being able to meet someone like that in person and actually put a face to her and just, you know, see her vibe and her body language and see that she's a real person and talk about personal things, you know, that don't come out on spaces. Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, that's really cool. And that's a really useful thing because we're talking about back at the beginning with David Jacobs, the way he would compile his information is things that happened over and over, he put in one basket, and then things that happened only one off, he would disregard or put into another one. And we have the opportunity to do that here if people would come up and talk about their experiences and have more corroboration, you know, then you can kind of nail down what's true and what's a screen memory, like you just said.
Yeah, that's right. And I spent some time, and it's hard to do over spaces. It's even hard to do over the phone. I mean, we sat in this cafe for like 6 hours or 7 hours. I don't even remember how long we were there. And it's the little things. So I'll just throw something out there. If you guys get bored, just pop in, or if I'm changing the topic. I've had a couple of experiences that I am looking at these things, and they look human. These things, they look human. Now, I have seen hybrids. They look like hybrids. They give off the hybrid vibe. I'm looking now at beings that are telepathic, and they look 100% human. And I've had a hard time with these experiences because I'm trying to figure out, are these future humans? Is this, what is this? Is this a breakaway, kind of a thing? And I'm talking to Amy at the cafe, and she goes, "Well, what do they look like?" And I explained to her what they look like. And she says, "Did they have the hair slicked back?" And I said, "Yes, they did." And she said, "Those are hybrids." Because the hybrids have a certain way of dressing and wearing their hair, and they wear certain uniforms and certain outfits, and they do certain things. And I can say to Amy, "Well, this didn't make sense." I actually had a female walking me down the hallway, and she said, "Well, was she a higher up medical staff?" Yes, in fact, she was. And so, when we can actually get together and put these little pieces together for each other, it's very helpful. Well, when I was done talking to Amy, I realized I had been leaning toward these are probably very highly developed and very late stage hybrids. And so after talking to Amy, I kind of solidified that for myself. Good. I was trying to figure things out. So it was great. It was really helpful. It's like talking to Bridget. She's just a wealth of knowledge, and yeah, everybody should pick her brain whenever they get a chance.
Right. We started out, like I mentioned, David Jacobs, right, with the hybrids, and how you had early, middle, and then late stage. Actually, Amy on her website on Gab, I think it is, she outlines with drawings how that is going. And it makes sense that that would have continued, that there's even higher and higher levels, and then specific type hybrids, maybe even. But do you have any other experiences with these particular high-end hybrids? Is that how you classify them? Like high-end hybrids or what?
No. I mean, late stage. So they're just late stage. I think what's hard to wrap probably everyone's mind around is this idea that these late stage hybrids, they are telepathic, but they look very human. And when I was first registering the hybrids, they had that very thin hair. They had a bit of a frail look. They had those high cheekbones. Their eyes were a little bit too big. Well, they're obvious. That's a hybrid. It's obvious. But these late stage hybrids, if they weren't so telepathic and they didn't have such a high psychic energy, you would not know that they're hybrids. So, and yeah, there's a lot of information out there. It's anecdotal, of course, but they're walking among us. And that's going to be something I think that's hard for people to really get.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, we began this space. It's titled "The Veil is Thinning," right? And we're talking about all the different factions and how everything is kind of being revealed. And it seems to be that it is something they're managing that is not, really put forward by them. This awakening people are having, the veil that is thinning, and they have this hybrid program. Fit is not all encompassing. It's a piece that fits within the puzzle, and I can't really get to how they're implementing that, and why specifically they're doing that. And do you have any ideas about what have you like you've been going through these spaces, you've been doing your own research. Have you really come to any more tentative, more positively tentative conclusions on why they're doing the hybrid program?
No, Joseph. I mean, I wish I did. I wish I could. So I'm kind of more like David Jacobs. It took David Jacobs 50 years to realize that everything he was seeing and the puzzle pieces he was seeing fitting together, and they're frightening puzzle pieces fitting together for a frightening picture. It took him a long time. He started out as a kind of a love and light guy and thinking, well, first he started out not even believing in abductions. We could go back that far. But even once he believed in abductions, he did not think that there was anything nefarious happening. He spent many years there. And then if anybody's read his research, they'll know that he very reluctantly came to his conclusion of what they're doing with the hybrids. Again, I just spent 7 hours with Amy. She doesn't have a whole lot of doubts in her mind either. And you have several hundred abductees David worked with saying the same thing. Let's go to even your more, and I don't want to use love and light in a negative way. I just mean there's two sides. You guys call us the doomers, right? There's the doomer side. I never thought anybody would call me a doomer. I'm actually a very optimistic person. And then there's the love and light side. So even if you go to the researchers who believe that these things are being done for our own good and they're going to upgrade us, and they're going to be upgrading our consciousness, even that side of those researchers will say we're being replaced, essentially. We are being replaced with these hybrids. And you could look at it as a good thing, or you could look at it as a bad thing, or maybe it's somewhere in between. But the agenda appears to be a replacement agenda. And so I guess it just depends on what your view is on being replaced as Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yep, that's pretty terrifying. I mean, you can really tie this in with the whole Gnostic reincarnation process, right? And that what they refer to us is as containers. And maybe they are building more containers so that we can be placed in them, And I
Well,
think,
yeah,
go ahead.
I would say they're building a better container. So they're building a container that they have more control over and a container that is loyal to them. So humans right now, and don't get me wrong, I think there's a very good side to the phenomenon. There's a helpful, good side. But the negative side, let's just only focusing on the negative side, they're building a better container to contain us, to keep us from choosing autonomy and freedom and good, and things that Bridget talks about, like the awakening and becoming like a more enlightened type individual, and stopping and looking around and seeing that there's more to this life than just paying your bills and trying to get your kids to school. They're trying to actually prevent that, because these containers that they want to put us in are not capable of those things. They're very highly controlled. And so even if there's a part of humanity bursting through in them or somehow lurking on the edges, I'll just bring up something like telepathy. People think telepathy is going to be so great and amazing and enlightening, and we're all going to be psychic. Yeah, try to be psychic with a machine agenda that can read your thoughts. And if you have a stray thought, you actually get punished. So I think they're building a better container for our souls. And again, does that mean it's all doom and gloom and the bad side's going to win? I don't think so. I think in the end, the good wins, because I think the good side is more powerful, and many other reasons. But I think this is what the negative side is trying to accomplish.
Yep, I agree. And I think there is a level of free will on that. And, if you look at it from, if a certain amount of consent is needed, well, what does the hybrid, give them as far as negotiation tactics? If you want to look at it like that, it's like, oh, are you tired of having no psychic ability? We'll make you super psychic. And then our natural state of being hyper connected, oh, you want to be hyper connected. Well, there you go. It's a hyper connected, hive mind society. And then you want extra technology that you haven't access. They have all these selling points that they can present to you. And if you agree to them, then you're in, yeah, exactly what you described is a prison that is much harder, if not impossible, to get out. If you get put into a hybrid body, good luck. DoomerDaddy, did you have something you want to add there?
Yeah. First of all, Joseph, great space. I think everybody should retweet it. I sent your space, Joseph, to a ton of group chats. So I hope people have a hard time ignoring it. Please retweet the space. Everybody on stage, you should follow them. Bridget, it's an honor to be up here with you, Joseph, Fringe, Kyle, Jehara, all things. You asked about you asked Fringe whether she had any idea of what the hybridization program is about. And I think Fringe, originally you said no, but then you said replacement is a leading theory. And I couldn't agree more. I just wanted to say that, you know, when you listen to Bridget and other people talk about spaces, it's a bit of an investment in order to have a great space, right? And the value of a space is getting information that you can't get anywhere else. And sometimes the value of a space is why is it that we can't get information from other places? And it's because it's something that's being repressed. So just like there's an effort to contain our souls, and to contain something can be either to imprison it, or it can be in a protective sense, right? It's to make sure that, like, you know, if you say like, I can't contain this emotion, it could mean like, oh, you just can't handle the emotion, or it can mean like, I'm not able to repress the emotion. And so really the question here is, what is being contained in society, right? Like, a space is valuable because it's a truth that isn't allowed anywhere else. And there's this one space where people are allowed to speak the truth, or you're able to have access to the truth. And that truth has real value. We're looking at a society right now that is in the middle of a breakdown. It's in the middle of a breakdown, and the breakdown is happening because certain lies have had more power than the truth. And those lies are losing in power. And I want everybody to really think about, have we all maybe imbibed, internalized, incarnated some level of a Stockholm syndrome? Have we vilified the people who are speaking the truth? Have we demonized things? Do we feel guilty when we start speaking the truth and other people start labeling us as betrayers or traitors? Do we even feel that there's something satanic about us when we start talking and we reveal the truth, and everyone else is trying to shame us? So I think the value of Bridget's and Fringe's spaces was that it was a little bit inverted. There was a space you could go to where people who were speaking, who normally couldn't speak in other spaces, and they were able to speak. And that is how I would also view the replacement program. That, you know, from a negative standpoint, there's a level of freedom, a level of truth, of a level of humanity that is counter to their agenda, and we are being replaced. And I hope, like where society is going, I hope that in the collapse that is impending, and there are multiple collapses impending right now, I hope it is lies that are being replaced for truth. But I also would hope for other people to consider there might be value in some destruction. There might be value in the destruction of some relationships. If these were censoring relationships, coercive, narcissistic relationships, where the person or your family was telling you, hey, this person where you want to just speak the truth, you're not really allowed. Like, you need to be this. So yeah, and I don't want to blubber on forever, but I think power and destruction, these two concepts, are concepts that we need to have a different relationship with. If we want the good to win, the good needs to become more powerful. None of us can run spaces, a really good space, if we're not empowered to do so. And if it takes, 8 hours, like sometimes a great conversation, Bridget, like I was shocked. Like I thought 3 or 4 hours, definitely enough for a great conversation. And then we would have some guests. The conversation needed 10 hours. Like that was what that conversation demanded. And my life like couldn't adapt to it, like at least not easily. And so in order for something to win, often something else needs to be sacrificed. And I don't mean that in the satanic sense. I mean, some things need to die, some things need to break if you want other good things to come forth. but we don't look at it that way from the other lens. We don't think like some destruction is good. We don't really go into a space and think, if I offend a whole fuck ton of people, that might be a good thing. But that is what disclosure is. Disclosure is a bunch of people clutching their pearls really fucking hard, being offended over things. But we don't think maybe it's a good thing if all these lies start dying. And I want people to, especially good people, to have a more embracing and healthy relationship toward power. I want more people to be powerful. I want more good people to be powerful. And I want more people, even if they're good people, to experience ontological shock that are the result of lies that they've internalized. If they've internalized lies that they're bad people for speaking the truth, maybe they should be shocked and realize, holy shit, I have a bit of a Stockholm syndrome here, right? And I think Spaces is sort of leading the way, and I want everybody empowered. I'm personally taking not a break from Spaces, but I'm trying to find a way for people to make money from Spaces, and it's very difficult because I want people like Bridget, people like you. Um, I want for real monetary value to be attached to the value that you're giving to people, because I view Spaces as an existential issue. I think if we don't get information that helps good people survive the times that are coming, and if we don't give people, if you don't empower them with the ability to like quit their jobs because they're running an amazing space that has existential import to people, I don't think we're going to make it. So I think just because something is free doesn't mean it isn't really, really valuable. I think what you're doing is really valuable, and I think a year from now, we might even forget that Spaces used to be free. People might view these spaces on par with like oxygen and water in order to manage and keep things alive that are really important to them. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's what I believe.
Oh, Doomer, you know what? Thank you for that. And you know, there is a lot that is changing, and we're going to see it through. The best that we can do is come together and speak our truths. I hope there will come a day where experiencers, like several of us, Fringe had said, and you've just reiterated, people should be looking to experiencers, asking questions, you know, trying to find the common threads. I hope that day comes, like you were saying, that we might even one day be compensated for or even recognized. However, I think early on in the beginning, I'll tell you, at least for me personally, I refused to have any money or compensation be a part of anything, because I said no one is going to say that my values are compromised or that I have some, you know, ulterior motive for making this up or whatnot. I have nothing to gain from any of this. I'm not making a dime off of anything. I posted my book as a free public document for the entire world to have access to. You know, I don't know that I'd even be comfortable taking money right now, because I hope to.
Oh, and I don't mean it as a walled garden. I don't mean like, I'm not saying like people should pay to enter Spaces, but I'm saying a lot of us have things that we do, and the most valuable thing we're contributing is actually the truth. Like, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
we're
many
going to
people would
become the
love to
leaders
pay.
of the new world, essentially. And people are going to be looking to us
Exactly.
to how to process and implement all of this, for sure. And the day
Yeah.
should come that would be a compensated position, or, you know, recognized in that way. But in the beginning, I remember saying to so many people, because people would say to me, well, why didn't you send your book out to be published and try to make money off of it? Or, you know, and I would say, I can't be in a position where I hope to speak before Congress under oath. I hope to, you know, have a suit in a court of law, a criminal suit against some people. And I can't have somebody pop up and say, oh, well, you're out there making money off these stories, so certainly you have a reason to lie or make it up. So I made sure that there was no monetary attachment. I've spent thousands and thousands of hours of my time, thousands of dollars of my own money. I mean, it's a non-point at this point. And hopefully we reach that point where people realize that we are the ones that have been interacting with these beings and with our government. Where do you think our government got their early answers from? from us experiencers, us MyLab abductees, that they forced and interrogated and, you know, told us, you play for us, you don't work for them, and what are they asking you to do, and, you know, just crazy intimidating tactics and shit. One day there should be a reconciliation, and people should be looking to those of us that have those experiences to find out how all this came about, what all the particulars are, and it is complex, like you guys were saying. There are different sides to it. It's not this or that. It's a lot of different things, and then some that we don't even know about. So we've got a long road to go, but at least we see the path, and we're walking towards it. So I think we're well on our way, and I don't think this cat's being put back in any bag. So on that note,
and Bridget, like,
go ahead.
I just want to say, like, the value, you know, and people, we like, our relationship to money is one of those things that I think we all need to question. It's not about like, oh, you should send Bridget money or you should pay her $10 for an ebook. I'm saying the value of destruction is going to be what makes people realize, holy shit, what these people were saying in this space has existential import to me. So I'm saying, you know, we're going to have the collapse of the dollar maybe sooner than people realize. And if there was a new currency that was attached to, like, just being in a good space, like, what is our dollar attached to? Our dollar is attached to an economy. If people were holding a currency and it was like attached to valuable information to understanding the phenomenon, and all you had to do was just sit in a space, people would be like, well, what other kinds of money am I going to put my money into? Bitcoin? Am I going to put my money into this? And this is just an example, right? When things start breaking down, your values start changing into something different. And that's really all I'm saying. Like, right now, sort of like, what is the UFO phenomenon? It's a bunch of people waiting for the truth to come out so that at the Thanksgiving table we can say, I told you so, right? That I told you so is everything that this is about, because we're in spaces right now amidst people who aren't going to say that we're crazy, but that the world changes immediately when all of a sudden the crazy people were in the right. And the only way the world changes is not because the crazy people are in the right. It's because the people who are lying or people are in denial start experiencing pain. Does that make sense? Like, and it's that kind of pain that's going to change the world. And so I don't think it's going to be so much that people are saying like, oh, I'm going to buy you a coffee, oh, I'm going to send you some money. I think it's going to be something catastrophic happens, economic collapse, whatever it is, and the only sources of truth available are Bridget's spaces, Joseph's spaces. Does that make sense? Like, I want people to have a different relationship to destruction and a different relationship to power. And we should all question this thing of money, because I want, when you tell me that, you know, it's, you know, you're working and you don't have more than 8 hours of time. I don't know whether you hear all of the other listeners saying, this what you're giving to the world and sharing your experiences is probably more important than the thing you're getting paid to do. And we should not be comfortable with being paid for the less important things and not being paid at all for the most important things, right? That's my point. Like, we have this relationship to money where money is attached to the wrong things, and then when somebody says, why don't you attach money to the right things? People are like, oh no, that's sort of dirty. Well, the dirty thing is that you're being paid a lot and you're spending your life for something that, you know, like, I do Amazon Flex deliveries, I pick up groceries, yes, but it doesn't fucking matter if I deliver groceries or I'm replaced by a robot. Like, nobody, you know, no, sure, I might make some sarcastic joke when I drop it off, and, you know, that those 7 seconds of charisma where they get to experience DoomerDaddy in a stupid blue vest, it's not going to change the fucking world. It's not. But what is going to change their world is if they're in these spaces and they piece together the phenomenon and their fucking family gets saved, right? That's going to change their world. And we have a Stockholm syndrome. We're abused children, and as soon as we start getting parents that appreciate us for who we actually fucking are, in this metaphor, as soon as we start getting paid for the thing that we actually care about, we start demonizing ourselves and we start thinking, oh, we're dirty or wrong. But we're doing dirty things and doing wrong things in order to get paid, and we have no problem with it. And I think we might want to consider flipping that on its head.
Yeah, I think from what you've contributed so far, you should be a millionaire by now. And you're talking about...
And exactly. So why isn't money attached to the value of the information that you're delivering, right? Why isn't money attached to the influence that you have on people's lives? And I don't want to be a millionaire. I want all of us to fucking be millionaires.
Right on.
Let's hope that one day that comes to pass and that people do realize the value that we have, and that, you know, what was that tweet that said the person that comes out with everything to lose and nothing to gain is probably the one standing behind truth. So hopefully more people come to realize that and do have the curiosity to learn more and you know, be a part of these spaces and these conversations. So that's what we're all working towards here, spreading the word and, you know, bringing more people into the fray that this stuff is real and it is affecting our lives, all of our lives, on a daily basis in every way, shape, and form. And if we don't like it, if we're not happy with what's going on, we've got to change it. And they're clearly not going to do it for us. These elected people that we call our government, that we're supposed to look out for our best interests. Does it look like they've been looking out for our best interests? So it's time we start doing our own work again and taking care of ourselves and holding people accountable and never putting ourselves in the vulnerable position of being taken the way we have been. So with that being said, I'm sorry, I know we've had a long conversation here. It's been a long time coming though, with Fringe and DoomerDaddy, and you guys are right. We all have to band together no matter where we are on the spectrum of things and say, hey, it doesn't matter that we have some differing or opposing views on things. The bottom line is we're all coming to realize that there is something here. There's substance here, or there wouldn't be congressional hearings. There wouldn't be whistleblowers, high level intel, you know, government personnel, whistleblowers coming forward if this wasn't a thing. So it's time the rest of the world realizes this is a thing. And here's the people who know something about it. So with that being said, a couple of guys here, it looks like have had their hands up for quite a while. Kyle, and then Warrior of, and I can't see the rest of it. Thanks for waiting us out, guys. I know we kind of rambled on there. Go ahead, Kyle.
Go ahead, Warrior Jesus. I'll step right up after you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was just gonna make a kind of, I don't want to call it a warning, but almost like a heads up. As far as I could realize, as far as the veil is thinning, um, if it's definitely a veil between material world and the spiritual world, right? And what I believe that what is coming is that I think that authorities and people that actually, you know, elites and people that know that there is a parallel spiritual world that is actually, you know, as I said, parallel with our material world, and even the word matrix has the first three letters of as a material. So I think that the elites are going to try to present the demonic world, if you will, which is a part of a spiritual world, as aliens. That's what I believe. That there is a false flag coming, that they're going to try to present the demonic entities and creatures that are going to be abhorrent and probably crazy looking to a human eye, and they will be presented as aliens so that they get a little more humanized. And then I would like to touch for one more subject, is that somebody mentioned abduction. I follow this guy that dedicated a lot of years to go and interview the people that said they were abducted, and he found one common thing for all of the experiences, which was when people experienced that abduction, and when they experienced the entities being around their body while they were lying on the horizontal position in like complete paralysis, and in the middle of that agony they didn't know they didn't know what else to do, but some of them were Christians and some of them were like yell out or like think of the name of Jesus, and the experience would stop, and they would wake up in their bed. And that kind of correlates with what I heard from some whistleblowers and people that came out after this 𝗶𝘁𝗶𝘁𝗶𝘁 thing that happened, when they said that they had access to like a underground um, bases and things like that. That and then all the people that were brought down under, they were all said that they're not allowed to say Jesus on down there, not even as a like a figure of speech, or like as a something that you say by the way. Like there's some people that just say, "Oh Jesus, I just had a like a bad day." They were not even allowed to say that, or like even if you stumble, down there, you're not even allowed to say that. So I think that that name carries a lot of power, just stating it out loud. So that's just gonna give people heads up as far as uh, coming deception, of aliens and stuff like that.
Thank you, Warrior. Yeah, we have
I
Fringe up here who has.
I have
Hello?
been abducted. Can you hear me?
Is it you, Kyle? Yeah, we've had Fringe. You've said it a million times, so I'll say it for you. If, is that this has come up again and again, and Fringe is very, very religious, and it does not work for everyone. Oh, you want to butt in, Fringe, please?
Yeah, I think that's really important to understand. So I am a Christian. I feel like I've just always been a Christian my whole life, and that has never worked for me. And so, where'd this gentleman go? There he is. Um, so it's definitely in the lore that this can work and has worked and does work sometimes. But I think it's really important to understand that if it doesn't work, there might be reasons for that. And what I like to make people understand is I've actually been told by Christians, and again, I am one, that if it didn't work for you, you just didn't have enough faith, or you better get right with Jesus. And these are very damaging and destructive things. And I want to say to Warrior of Jesus, is that Warrior of Jesus? I don't want to get your name wrong. That I too believe this is 100% a spiritual warfare, 100% good versus evil, a cosmic war. That's what I believe. So I'm not taking away from that. I just want people in the room to understand that yes, this does and has worked for people. People have sworn by it, but it's also not worked. And there can be other reasons for that. I think sometimes we're dealing with straight technology. I think sometimes when we're dealing with the more non-corporeal entities, more on the demonic realm, it very well can work. But when we are dealing with these, the grays are a lot of times, at least some of these grays, they just seem like automaton biological robots with a job to do. And imagine if this is spiritual warfare and this is good versus evil, and there are demonic entities in this food chain, which I've seen with my own eyes. Imagine if they were able to create hybrids as an in between, go between, able to do abductions like a robot without any rules, like circumventing the laws of the universe or even God's law. So I just want to throw those couple of things out there, because if you're a Christian and you're being abducted, please don't think it's because you don't have enough faith. If anything, I think sometimes we're actually targeted for those reasons. So thank you, Warrior of Jesus.
Yep, that is part of the picture for sure. It's a spiritual realm, somewhat. In this, there's like a veil between the spiritual and physical, and so it's both. And so we're talking about the veil thinning. And so you had an interview with a lady named Molly. I forget her last name, which was very interesting. She was really hesitant to say what she had figured out, but she did hint at the veil being thinning, being seeing entities. And you have experience actually seeing these entities, these chimera beings, and that there's going to be some sort of a blending between the astral realm and this realm, let's say, and that it will reduce their ability to veil themselves or camouflage themselves, and that people will be able to see them. And I've been wondering, because I haven't heard you speak about it that much. What other entities have you seen that are of this chimera nature or non-physical nature that people might be seeing, and what has your interactions been with them?
Is that for me, Joseph?
Yeah,
That's
because
yeah.
you've seen them.
I hate to answer this question off the cuff because I really like to look through my journal because I actually surprise myself sometimes when I look through there and go, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. So these creatures I've seen, they have animal heads, and what's kind of important about that is that I only went to ninth grade, and so that's probably most of the reason that I didn't understand anything about the old Egyptian gods and that there were actually bird heads and dog heads, animal heads throughout history. I didn't know that. Um, I'm assuming they teach that in school or in college somewhere. I wasn't exposed to it wherever it's being taught. So when I started seeing these entities, and I knew just inherently that they were demonic entities, which is separate from the alien entities, um, that they had these animal heads. And so imagine my surprise when I realized that there's actually a bunch of old gods with animal heads. So I've seen like this pig dog head and a panda, almost a panda bear head, but that's a terrible way to explain it. I've seen creatures with bird heads, and these are all half like half man, half animal. I've seen these giant troll looking things and yeah, all kinds of stuff. But I think that's what you're talking about, Joe, the animal head creatures.
Giant troll-looking things. What is that? What's that? You got to go into that a little bit more.
Yeah, super kind of hard to explain. I've seen this big giant, and when I say giant, I mean like 8 feet tall, maybe, with a classic troll face, wearing a white gown, believe it or not, and a crown. So I'll just throw that out there. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of different types of creatures during my experiences, and it's actually, believe it or not, Carla Turner speaks about abductees seeing on ships chimeras. So these entities came across to me as very demonic, but it's also important to know that the abduction research is showing that these on the ships are actually creating chimeras. They are mixing human DNA with animal DNA and actually creating these creatures. So yeah, super crazy.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in there, Fringe. I think it's one of the last chapters of my book. I talk about the fact that I was taken through this room where there were all these tanks from floor to ceiling, and the tanks were different sizes, and I could tell that there was like a pinkish purple. I couldn't tell if it was a liquid or a gel that filled the tanks. And as we were walking through, I kept telling myself, don't look in the tanks. I don't want to know. But something drew my attention to this one tank as we were walking through the room, and it was a human head and an octopus body, like the legs of an octopus with a human head. And the look in this thing's eyes was beyond painful and hurtful. And in the book I talk about wondering, does this thing have a soul, or is this something else? And this thing like conveyed to me almost like you can look in someone's eyes and see something that they're trying to convey. And this thing was conveying to me that it would take its own life if it could, but that they had even taken that from it, because there is absolutely nothing in this tank except this pink purple gel or liquid or whatever it was. And so that really shook me to see that. I was like, are they messing with people and with souls like that they're doing that and trapping them in these aquariums in these crazy, creations and mixes that they're doing. So yeah, I talk about that in my book, and I can attest to that. as well, that does go on. And that seems to be a big part of their game, is mixing and matching and creating new species. And so, you know, again, the way we see something from 3D and from our perspective and our current limited human consciousness could be very different than the way we may look at it from a 5D higher perspective, when you can zoom out. And so I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying it's possible, because there were a lot of things that I had pretty solid opinions on before my awakening, and after my awakening, my opinion had completely shifted, like to the opposite. Like, wow, I thought that was bad and that was good. And wow, I thought this was my pinnacle moment, and that was nothing, you know? So if things aren't always what they seem, is for real there, for real. So.
Yeah, that's crazy. What a horrible situation for a conscious being, whether has a soul or not, really. It looks like they've been doing that for a very, very long time. Like Fringe, you said, I mean, the old gods that actually ruled ancient kingdoms were these chimeric beings. And you seem to think that they are more demonic than some sort of a weird creation that they stick a soul in. Like, you know, that they can remove the consciousness soul of a person and put it into another one, as that happened to 𝗏𝗏, right? But you seem to think that these are more of a different nature. They aren't like a souled person put into this horrible creation, but they are actually themselves demonic, or, you know, lower astral, if you want to put it like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, and getting back to something that Bridget just talked about, it's very important for people to understand it's not just happening on the ships. It's happening in our deep underground military bases. It sounds like a conspiracy. Talk to any MK Ultra survivor, any Project Kid survivor like Bridget. This is everywhere. They're creating these creatures in our underground bases as well. It's not just on the ships, and there's joint projects between us and them. And I got that download one day. It just went sent right into my head. It's us and them. It's not just them. It's not just us. We're working together to do this. Now, we might have our agenda. They might have their agenda. There might be a bit of a joint agenda, but it's us and them working together to create these. And again, Bridget, that's just heartbreaking. Think about, and you're right, Joseph, if it had a soul, that would be heartbreaking. But even if it didn't, it's just heartbreaking, what they're doing. And why are they doing it? They're creating, I think they're creating almost, I don't know, some kind of weird super soldier race, or, you know, something for their benefit. But yeah, Joseph, to answer your question, these beings were inherently different, than the alien creatures I've dealt with, than the hybrids, than the grays. They were just different. And the reptilian creatures I've seen as well, they're just different. The animal-headed ones did seem to be demonic to me, unlike, you know, your typical gray. I'm not a person who says gray aliens are demons. I don't think that that's true. I do think it's true, however, that these demonic non-corporeal entities can inhabit bodies, and I think they frequently inhabit these alien bodies. I think they love the reptilian bodies. I think that's probably their favorite. But I think they do like to inhabit the bodies, and maybe that's where some of the confusion comes from. You can have your average everyday gray going about its business almost like a biological robot, and then you can have your average everyday gray actually feeding a reptilian entity, Loush, if you look at Tom Montauk's research. So there's just a lot of overlap. And like Bridget likes to say frequently, it's not just one thing. You know, there's some overlap here. There's more than one thing going on.
Yeah, and it seems like we're in a dearth of terminology and understanding. Like, we only have words like demon, or our understanding of lower astral, and it seems like there's a whole, you know, it's like calling an animal, or animal's bad, or all fox is good, or all fox is bad, and we just don't know. There's too much we don't know. But I mean, they definitely feed off of energy. Like, I was talking to Amy, and she said that a gray commanded a hybrid to feed it energy, and the hybrid started staring in its eyes and masturbating. So it wanted sexual energy. So I think there's something to the energies and the type of energy as well, like sexual energy and then guilt, anger, rage, and all of these things. Do you have any experience with, so you said Loush, right? What is your conceptual understanding of Loush and energy and why these entities need it? Why would a gray need to have sexual energy? You know what I mean? And does that factor into what they're doing with us? Do you have any thoughts on the matter?
Well, I'm not sure that they need it. So Loush to me is just our etheric energy that's coming off of our physical bodies when we're experiencing emotions. I think it just kind of leaks into the etheric realm and it gets slurped up. Do they need it? I'm not sure they need it. They might need it. But keep in mind, mantids have been seen feeding on flesh. Reptilians have been seen feeding on flesh. Greys have been seen absorbing nutrients through their skin. So is this how they actually survive? I'm not so sure. But what I think it could be, and I'm just spitballing, actually thinking out loud right now, is I think these are things that they don't necessarily experience normally, just in their environment. I don't think they're doing these things. They're not having sex. They're not having sexual energy themselves. And so perhaps this is a way for them to live almost vicariously through us
Yeah.
by feeding
Fringe,
that.
can I jump in here? Because this is like the weirdest synchronicity. And I was just checking to see if this gentleman was here, and I was going to ask him to come up and tell his own story. He said he was going to be here tonight, but I don't see him. So I'm not going to identify him, but I'll just give you a summary. Basically, he keeps being abducted by Greys, taken to what he presumes is a ship where there's other humans in the room, and he is forced to watch a female abductee be examined. And then the Gray, one that continually works with him, is, I guess, not only looking for his response to what they're doing to this female abductee, but is asking for sexual energy from him for some reason. And he was asking me why that may be, and why he had this overwhelming feeling that they wanted him to witness this, and they wanted him to like show them what his arousal felt like and looked like. And he said he didn't understand why they would be doing that to him. And I said, well, when you think about it, they've been creating these hybrids for how long? And a lot of people say that they're doing it. And again, this is where we get into, it doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be both. But I've heard a lot of people saying that their DNA is degraded to the point that they cannot reproduce physically, and that they have survived through cloning and whatnot, and that they're looking to hybridize themselves back to a place where they can physically reproduce. And so if that is perhaps one of the reasons behind the hybridization program, not only do they need the physical anatomy, but they need to understand what that is, what that feels like, what that's about, how that's done, what triggers that for humans, so it does make sense that that would be a whole part of that whole hybridization program. And he is kind of traumatized and says he feels guilty that he's standing there watching this and can't do anything for these people. And I'm trying to reassure him, like, you're a victim as well in this. You didn't ask to be standing there. So, don't take it personally. But obviously there's a reason you are there, and they're looking for, you can feel that they're looking for your response. They're looking to understand something from your response. So clearly it all seems to kind of be like painting this picture of them trying to not only create these hybrids, but sexualize these hybrids so that they can then recreate and reproduce themselves. I just wanted to throw that in. Sorry to interrupt you there, Fringe. Go right back to where you were at, please.
No, yeah, it's not an interruption. It's a conversation. It's a perfect addition to the conversation. It's it's fascinating. So they're, yeah, they seem to be feeding off this etheric energy that we're putting off. There's also some idea that these hybrids that they're creating are actually, they have a much higher psychic output than we have. And so they're actually, like you just spoke about, Joseph, getting energy from these hybrids as well. And so this could also be part of this replacement thing. Like we think, well, we're their cattle. Let's just look at just the negative side. There are a lot of people that think, well, we're just their cattle. They're the farmers, um, which could be, somewhat true. And well, why would they replace us? Well, if they get a better breed, we're out. And that kind of seems to be part of it as well. Going back to that demonic thing, Joseph, I think it's very difficult for people to understand. And I hear this a lot. Well, why does a demon need a spaceship? People don't understand this is a hierarchy of beings. These grays that we see are on the bottom of this totem pole. We might look at them as the aliens. They might say they created us or all this stuff. It's just a bunch of nonsense. They're just workers. They're so low on the totem pole. The only thing below a gray is a hybrid. And then as you get up this food chain, you've got the mantids at the top. I don't have a lot of personal conscious experience. I should say any conscious experience with mantids. But I heard a story over this weekend about I think it was about 10 mantids in red robes, all standing in a circle, and they were sending the entirety of their psychic energy. And it's my understanding that they have a lot of it. They're extremely powerful. If you've met a gray and you think they're powerful, they're at the bottom. The mantids have a lot of psychic energy, and they were all standing in a circle with their red robes on, concentrating their psychic energy in the middle of the circle to create some type of portal or a wormhole. And, maybe it was something we don't understand for a non corporal entity to come through. And this non corporal entity was running the show. This non corporal entity was the boss of these mantids. So the mantids, these aliens, these things that we think they're so amazing and powerful and psychic and all this stuff, they're not at the top of this food chain. They're barely middle ground, if any. They just happen to be the most metaphysical and the easiest to interact with us in the physical realm. But behind these entities flying around in their spaceships are non-corporeal beings with much more power than these so-called aliens have.
Yeah. And it's crazy because, like, going back to what you were talking about earlier, Jehara, we're back at magic. We're having so-called aliens gathering around in a magic circle and then conjuring a being, just like in the ancient magicians' texts that we know of and that are still practiced. So, what is going on with that? Dory, did you have a question or a statement?
Yeah, I would maybe like to offer up something that is an answer to the sexual question, and actually, from what I'm an experiencer. I haven't met all of you. I know Fringe, I know Doomer and Ursula, and hi guys, and Blue, and a bunch of people in here. So and I was a practitioner of occult magic for about 25 years, really trying to understand what was happening to me as a child, as a child and a teen and an adult. And, along the way of practicing the magic, I ran into people that encouraged me to embrace these experiences and the the beings that wanted to communicate with me. And so I'm a lifer. But in my studies in magic and then the Bible studies that I've done and myths, ancient myths all around the world, the first incursion of them what in modern times we are talking about right now, the aliens. The first incursion of them was asexual, of a sexual nature. It's the reason why they left their first estate. And you guys are talking about the, you know, the kingdom that's above our kingdom, the spiritual kingdom, and that they're parallel, Joseph. Yes, I completely believe that. So they left their first estate. They were attracted to the women. It was a sexual thing. They're asexual up there. But there's even a verse in Corinthians, and no one, a lot of people don't understand it. It's just this weird thing. Paul says something about the women having to cover their hair because of the angels. It's the angels who fell. So it even, you know, shows up in the, you know, in the New Testament. So the Watchers, if you go back to the book of Enoch and the Ugaritic texts, and these texts, the data points line up. But that's originally what they wanted. And then you have demons like succubus and incubus, which are two ancient sexual demons. Asmodeus is another very sexual demon. So these this leads me to the occult magic and the dark magic, such as was practiced by Aleister Crowley and some of the more John Dee. And it really goes back to Babylonian and actually the Baal gods. But Crowley brought it into our modern times more than almost anyone. The sex magic aspect of black magic is the most powerful. People think it's human sacrifice. It's actually dark sexual magic, bestiality, okay, incest, all right, really whatever aberrant sexual practices. That's why you see bondage themes and things like that. I mean, it's just, you know, the sexuality of this, especially in the United States, is really off the chain. So the sexual part of it, I happen to know because of what I used to do, you know, was into an order and before that a coven and then eventually an initiated shaman. But in any case, um, the sex magic is extremely attractive and there's substances beyond human sacrifice blood that are actually more powerful. Crowley writes about it. Some other really dark magicians have written about it in their grimoires. So I wanted to come up and just maybe give a little bit. I believe it started with the Watchers, and that is a myth and legend that's everywhere. Enoch wasn't included because, yes, men have diluted the supernatural aspect. You know, I hear so many times, you know, oh, the Bible's been edited. Well, it's not really that it's been edited, because if you go to ancient language scholars, you find out who the giant tribes are, who they were related to, who conquered who. There's elementals. Okay, it gives a hierarchy, and you know, in Ephesians 6:12 gives the hierarchy that Fringe was talking about. Well, there's other parts of the Bible that actually mentions the elemental spirits that witches commonly work with. It's all in there. But what happened is modern day uh, corporate religiosity watered the supernatural aspects out of it because it's part of what has drained our power. So when we're talking about power and authority, that is something you have to feel inside. And whatever gives it to you, you grab onto it and you take a stand. And you know, I've had a lot of visitation in the last month. I started coming out of the experiencer closet, and of course, they almost immediately made their presence known. And that's okay because it's I don't want to say we made a deal, but there's some reason why I was over on that side. And then I came over to it's not religion, it's just really something else that I can't explain. But the other side of the equation, the other side of the story you know, where the watchers, the other thing is they're at war with Yahweh's people. The Yahweh's people are humans. We're all Yahweh's people. It doesn't matter if you don't believe in him, we're his, because this is his kingdom of humanity. And so the spiritual kingdom is at war with, and you could call the earth god anything you want, and you can call the spiritual gods whatever you want, but they're at war. And it is a cosmic war, and it's a long game, but boy, it's thinning, it's slipping through. I swear there's holes, so I'll stop there because I tend to ramble once I get going. But hopefully, some of the things I shared made some sense, or maybe connected some dots. And I encourage everyone to really look at Enoch. You know what happened in there, and they tried to hide it from us for so many years, and then they hide, the Raphaim in the Bible. They act like that's some tribe of people. Oh no, no, that is not a tribe of people. So it's encoded. So just like a researcher has to dig sometimes through, you kind of got to dig into the really ancient stuff to get to the meat that they took away from us. So thank you guys. This is a great community, and I'm really happy to have met so many of you, and I'm having great conversations with many of you, and the people in this room. Some of us have different angles and different ways that we feel about these things, this experience, whatever's happening to all of us. That's going to happen to the world pretty soon. This group of people can go, you know what? I can have that conversation and put my particular, flavor of whatever aside and have this conversation, because the conversation is what's really important for all of us, because we're going to have a lot of different beliefs come clashing together, and it's important for us to be in unity. Thank you guys very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Dory. That's quite the circle you made there, from practicing that I guess you could call it dark magic, to changing sides. And it seems like that's, there are sides, and we kind of gotta pick them, even though we don't have the full picture, and we probably never will, because of these distortions and these veils that are around. And I think, like, if you want to talk about, we're talking about veils, that's the nature of the show here. I think a lot of these veils are around concepts and ideas and knowledge, as much as they are around physical things or separation between realms. And I think pushing through them requires a little open-mindedness, a little bravery, to be wrong, and just a really yearning for a truth and nothing but the truth, no matter what it is. And that's the only thing that matters, because you're not going to get the full truth ever. So that you never can stop, right?
That's so well said, Joseph. Like, we all want the truth, whatever that may be. And we're all open to acknowledging, hey, I was wrong about this, or, my viewpoint on this has evolved or changed. We all just want the truth, and we deserve the truth. And we should have gotten it from the people that we elected, and our tax dollars pay them to provide us with that truth. But we didn't. And so we need to learn our lesson and go after that truth ourselves. And so, one thing I want to throw out there is I've seen a lot of people saying, well, what's the next step here? What can we do? And I believe from the bottom of my heart that the next step in this whole disclosure process and the whole awakening process, ascension, whatever you want to call it, I believe that the next step is actionable causes. You've heard it's come up several times tonight already about, a project that I'm working on, and Fringe talking about having panel discussions, and DoomerDaddy talking about we should be doing more and paying more attention to the experiencers. And I mean, over and over again, it just comes up that there needs to be, we're going to have to step out and be the leaders of the new world and help people to access this information and understand it. And we come at it with the perspective that, hey, we don't have all the answers. We're experiencers who are willing to step forward and put our truth out there and put ourselves out on a limb with the understanding that we don't have all the answers. We're not claiming to have all the answers. We're just trying to put forth our piece of the puzzle in the hopes of coming to that truth, whatever it may be. So I hope that we can all start finding these actionable causes to lend ourselves to, whether it's these spaces or lawsuits or putting together podcasts or, just any actionable causes all the way across the board. I know there are people that have created databases and gone public with them. And I think one of the steps that's going to be very important now that we've seen our government's track record is that there needs to be a civilian initiative that runs parallel to the government initiative regarding these matters. And the civilian initiative needs to be the oversight for the government initiative in these matters. So we should all jump on that bandwagon as quickly as possible. I want to just say I'm so excited that we had this space, Joseph, and I so have missed these stimulating conversations with people that have things to add to the conversation and don't sit there like a deer in headlights or worse, rolling their eyes looking at you like you're crazy, because we all know that we're not, and that the time is now for coming forward with all of this in the hopes of making a real change in this world of ours. So thank you, Joseph, for having this and bringing us all together. And thanks everyone for joining in and taking part in this. It's refreshing.
It is. You can come on here and we all have been going through this for a very long time. And to be able to come in and with a group of people express yourself and tell about your experiences and in a genuine way is cathartic beyond belief. It's really amazing. Yeah. Kevin, did you have something to say?
Yeah, great talk, everybody. Just joined in, hearing you guys speak, of course. But we also, like we talked about truth and all that kind of thing. If we look at the pattern and what's happening in the last 5 years, and if we just sit back and watch, we've actually learned more in the last 4 years during COVID and all that kind of thing, censored, by the way. We've learned more in 4 years censored, right? And the scramble for censorship than we have in the last 40 years combined, uncensored. So whether we can handle truth or we can't handle truth, and of course I'm assuming that 99% of everybody here listening can handle the truth. The truth is here and it's coming out. The more they scramble to hide the truth, the more the truth is being seen and learned about. And it's causing a big ruckus in many governments. And we can see, I'm in Canada, and we can see the arrogance of Justin Trudeau that he had during COVID completely disappear now. He was so sure that what they had planned was going to work. It didn't. They're so stuck and they're scrambling like because they were thinking that we were going to go back and keep up with the Kardashians and forget about everything, right? But now we're not looking at Hollywood anymore because they're crashing and burning because we're not paying attention to them anymore. Now our eyes are on the politicians and they don't know how to operate in this new world. We have our foot lodged so far in their you-know-what that they don't know how to operate. They're resigning, they're quitting, they're doing whatever they have to do to get comfortable again because they're really uncomfortable. So that's what I wanted to contribute, I guess, to today's conversation.
That's very relevant. Like, you have every single piece that we've been talking about, every piece of current government, technology, health, medicine, education, every single aspect of society is one point of awakening, but it's also one point of control and lies and destruction, and part of this awakening or ascension, if you want to call it, or a thinning veil or a disappearing veil, is exactly what you were talking about earlier, DoomerDaddy. Like, if you want to have a change in this world, then you need to have the old structures die. And, it seems to be that a lot of things are coming crashing down. and it's unfortunate. So when you're talking about being a doomer, as if you're expecting something to be a horrible thing coming, a cataclysm that's going to come and just destroy us all, that's a possibility. But it's also a possibility that in order to move forward and create a new and better world, or for something better to happen, the old world needs to die. And it looks like that's what's happening. Like, why is everybody talking about having an awakening? You know, everybody says it, when my awakening began. Well, it seems to be an external event that is happening en masse to everybody. And it's, you know, manifesting in the 3D world, and everybody's coming at it from a different route. But ultimately, it's leading to spiritual matters. And so I think that that's what's happening right now. And I've absolutely no idea how it's going to go down.
Yeah, for sure, Joseph. This is an exciting time to be alive, and there is a lot of attention being paid right now to how this is going to go down. And you know, we talked about before that the good guys win. That you know, the end is already known. That these are just the moves left on the board that have to be played out. But there is still that element of free will, and we have to do the work. And you know, the truth is, everybody's been saying, oh, I want the truth, I want the truth. Well, we're being given the truth, and now we're being tested. Or are we going to stand up and do something with it? Are we going to fight for change? Are we going to hold these people accountable? Are we going to, you know, make our will known and enforce it? Or are we just going to, like you said, go back, or like the other gentleman was saying, go back to our old ways and slowly and lazily fall back into old routines? I think they know that's not going to happen now, because the nature of what has come forth is such a shift in our reality, in our understanding of our reality and our place in it. And to know that so much has been kept from us, you just don't put that back in a bag and go back to the way it was. There is no going back. We can only go forward now. So we might as well just put our head down and plow right on through this. There's going to be good. There's going to be bad. It's going to be rocky for a while. People need to be held accountable. But once we make it through that rocky spell, it's, you know, a chance to make it what we know it should be and what it can be. And we do have the power. And I think we're all realizing that. So it's time to take it back, put it to use, make our intentions and energy count, and let them know that, you know, we don't need their approval or their permission to change this world and the way it is handled and the way we treat each other and the way we treat the world. We are going to make our will known, and we're going to make sure that it is met with or without their assistance, approval, or, you know, even despite their best efforts to keep that from happening. They know that it is going to happen. So we just need to march right on through and do what we came here to do. And that's what I came here to do, is expose the dark, to, you know, let people see more what is illusion and what is truth, and what we have the power to do and change it and make it into. We literally can create heaven on earth if that's what we decide we want. So the quicker we all realize that and quit putting our attention and energy into these divisive and, negative things, and start focusing it on what can I do to change. Let's put these things in place that don't exist, that we think should exist. Let's get these databases going. Let's get these civilian things together. Let's start coming together and having these panels and, making sure that we're spreading. Sometimes I would get frustrated feeling like I'm preaching to the choir. All of you people are well aware of what's going on here and what's at stake and whatnot. But it's the people that don't know, that aren't aware, that we have to bring into the fold somehow. And I think that's where effort should be right now, is actionable causes and really pushing these changes into society. And one of the things, Fringe, I meant to ask you, there's a psychologist, I believe he is, And he is such an amazing guy who has just gone to bat for experiencers and said that the mental health industry has, railroaded them and tries to diagnose them as crazy. And it's no wonder that experiencers don't seek any type of therapy or mental help for anything that they're experiencing. So his goal in life is to change that. And he holds web seminars. He talks with experiencers for free just to educate himself on what their needs might be from a therapy perspective. And then he holds web seminars with other psychologists and mental health professionals where he showcases certain experiencers and helps them to learn, because he explains that this is a changing world, and our field of study, our industry, is extremely relevant as these people are, being focused upon and being put into the public spotlight and coming forth with their truths. They need to have an outlet and a therapy that they feel confident going to. And so anyway, he's a great guy, and I've spoken with him several times. I was a speaker at one of his web seminars, and I've recommended a few people. Fringe was one of which that I recommended that she contact and speak with him. And he said he had made contact with you. So I was curious how that went and what you thought about his project there, Fringe, if you wanted to comment there.
Yeah, we did get together. We had a Zoom meeting. Actually, I think we're trying to schedule another one right now, but we had a Zoom meeting. I thought he was fantastic. He seemed very genuine. He seemed that he really does care about experiencers and he wants to try to help. And I think you probably know more about his project, Bridget, but it seemed like he's trying to educate people in his field about experiencers and, to stop calling us crazy and recommending us to a schizophrenic diagnosis and loading us up with medications that we don't need. And just to listen and just ask yourself, could this actually be happening? And yeah, I really enjoyed our talk, and I'm looking forward to some more conversation with him. He seemed like a great guy.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. If anybody is interested in contacting this gentleman, he has asked me to refer fellow experiencers that would be willing to speak with him in confidence off the record, at no charge. He wants to educate himself and is putting in the time and the work to not only educate himself, but to educate others in his field. As Fringe was saying, that's exactly what he does. He holds web seminars with panels of experiencers, and then lots of other psychologists, various disciplines within the mental health industry, people that are interested in educating themselves on what would be the need of experiencers in the mental health field, and where have we gone wrong in the past, and how can we fix that? And so, yeah, he's a great guy, and a wonderful effort on his part to really make an actionable change in this world and change within his specialty or industry. And I just love, again, we come back to the actionable causes, and I am trying to lend myself to as many actionable causes as I possibly can. These spaces and podcasts, and working with him and the project with the International Criminal Court, and as much as I can, that's really going to produce a lasting effect in this world that makes damn sure none of this gets swept under the rug and is forced to be addressed and dealt with. And that's what's going to bring about the change that we all hope to see. So that's awesome, Fringe.
That's really cool. And I think that what we're talking about is every level has to change. And earlier, Jehara was talking about with chaos magic, and we were talking about in an earlier discussion is perception management, right? And they're trying to go out there and manage our perception. So somebody could say, oh, like they're the dark military, they have unimaginable technology and resources. What could you possibly do against them with like a hearing or something that they already control? But if you look at it from the other side, because everything is coming towards the spiritual angle, that having a narrative control of your own, controlling your own perception management, and that of as many people as you can kind of move towards perception management that they do not control is vital, and it might be more important than we could possibly imagine, even though it seems insubstantial and impossible. Rabbi, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk on the spiritual angle from it, if it's all right. The way I look at it is I don't know if you guys, how deep you guys into this stuff, but we're supposed to be moving into what they call the fourth density of existence now. This is the reason things is changing so quickly, is because we're in that point in time when the energies have already changed. We're already energetically in the fourth density, but the minds and the consciousness of the people have not yet made the shift. And one of the things about third density and fourth density is that fourth density is the density of unconditional love, unconditional compassion. And the fifth density is the density of essentially honest speaking of the truth with no consideration for what's going to happen to you, right? No consideration for society, what society will think. And so the last density we're in, we were all trying to get to this compassion, this unconditional love ideal. It's what Jesus was all about. He was here to demonstrate that in essentially at the purest form that we could comprehend. And now we're moving into a time when this is going to be the default setting, where simply you're either going to embody unconditional love for everyone, or you're going to have to go somewhere else. And the next step for us, the ideal that we're all moving towards, is this. Then, basically, being able to share the truth with everyone unconditionally, right? And so that's why I try and do this as much as possible. This is anyone's familiar with the chakra systems, this is the next step up from the Anahata chakra, which is unconditional love, up to the Vishuddha chakra, which is the throat chakra, which is the chakra about sharing the truth openly and honestly. And so what I do, and what I think is the most effective way to bring more people in to this, is to simply insist on telling the truth. Whatever you think is the truth, to the highest degree that you're able to understand, share it. Don't worry about what people are going to think of you. Don't worry about what is going to happen to your job. Obviously, pick the time and the place to do so. But if someone asks you what you think about something, be honest. That's what all of this COVID control was based on. It was based on keeping people from telling the truth. It's what all of the racial division was based on. It was about keeping people from telling the truth and controlling the narrative, and basically getting people through social pressure, through job pressure, through coercion, to say the mainstream line that was objectively not the truth. And a lot of people, unfortunately, went along with it. And I think that the most revolutionary thing you can do right now in this day and age is to insist on the truth and keep telling it regardless of what people think. And that's just what I wanted to share.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, what you said, it moving from the Anahata to the throat chakra is good. Since we're there, I'll just interject with my own practice and what I've evolved to. Is I've been looking at every single energy work thing that you could possibly imagine, with the knowledge that it's largely corrupted, or at the very least minorly corrupted. And if I know a lot of people are hesitant to do any energy practice because they pick up on it right away, and then they interfere with your life, and it's generally not a good thing to do. And then what's the benefit, right? And so what I've landed on is what you should do is, on your moving up from your throat chakra, going to what they say is your third eye, in between your eyebrow, and then right across from that to the back of the head, there's what they call bindu. And then the sides of your head, it forms a cross. If you meditate and you manage to actually close them, and so this is a big lie, is that everybody talks about third eye. So do the opposite, close them all, and then concentrate on the very crown of your head. And so That's your Sahasrara. And so right above your third eye, so your third eye is actually in the center of your head. The third eye between your eyebrows is a projection. Same goes for the sides of your head and the back. Close them and then concentrate above your third eye at the top part of your forehead. And that's the big secret that they try and keep from you. They call it the guru chakra. I call it the spirit chakra. It's the projection of your crown, which is your spirit, which is what everybody refers to as their higher self. That's what they're talking about. It's in your physiology, etherically. And if you close all of those other ones on your third eye, on the sides of your head and your back, your upper brow chakra will light up. And that will guide you more than anything else. And that will give you more access to the truth than anything of this world. There's somebody else that was going to pop up. Oh, Fringe, did you have anything to add on this?
I mean, you probably already know what I think about that, Joseph. It's been my experience, and this might not be everybody, which is important to say, but anytime I engage in any kind of energy work or anything like that, it's like moss to a flame. It's like plugging in a Christmas tree. So just beware of that anytime you're messing in that realm and you're exercising your own psi abilities or energy work and stuff like that with chakras, you can be opening yourself up for extra attention.
May I jump in and corroborate what Fringe just said? Uh, I had a mentor by the name of Cindy Dale, and she's written, I don't know, 12 or 15 books on one is an energy, ended up being a textbook for like, um, you know, uh, Reiki people and things like that. It's called Everything is Energy. She was my mentor, and she really got me to open up, and that's when my experiences took off. It was like antennas. It was like I opened up something that said, "Come get me." So that was towards the end of my journey. Um, and they got mad at me because they, guides or whatever, wanted me to do something for them in particular, and involved a great deal of money. It would have changed my life, but I wouldn't write about what they asked me to because I felt it was too dark for teens. So I wouldn't write the book, and and she had put me on her website, and I just ditched the whole thing, and she now does conferences with Deepak Chopra, but I'm glad that I didn't write dark occult magic. It was like a level deeper than J.K. Rowling is what they really wanted me to write about. So I just wouldn't do it. But so the energy aspect of it was like an antenna for me. And I just wanted to corroborate what Fringe said, that for some of us, it's like turning on the Christmas tree.
I would just add to that. There are lots of exercises that you can do that are perfectly safe, perfectly within the realm of your own aura. And as long as you are living in a way that is spiritually healthy, you're not giving into anger, disharmony, then you are generally going to be safe. But it's when you start to open yourself to channeling, for example, you're inviting other influences in, that's when you get into trouble. So be careful, but don't
Yeah,
be
I
too
never
careful.
channeled.
Right.
Yeah,
Don't
that's bad news, man.
don't right. Don't refrain from working on yourself either. Like there are plenty of one of the things that I'm doing right now is in my meditation, I'm working on visualization, and visualization is one of these things where it's you're not inviting anyone in, but you are strengthening your will and your ability to visualize things clearly in your own mind through practice very strongly. And this is a very, very important spiritual discipline.
Yeah, I
It's
do.
yeah,
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 I have a really strong relationship with my prayer. I call it my prayer closet. People call it meditation. I call it my prayer, but I have a very strong relationship with my prayer closet. Spend a lot of time there.
yeah.
So I definitely believe that that's an important time for people to do those things, work on, and take that time to be grateful when you're in your prayer closet and actually pray for people that you know are going through something. It's just, Greg Braden wrote a great book called the Isaiah Effect, and he went to like 3 or 4 major world religions. He went to the Tibetans. And he was trying to find out what it was about prayer that caused it to give you results. And so, in all the communities, his conclusion was the verse in Isaiah that says, fervent prayer availeth much. So during that time, I think it's important to be grateful too, and to actually, pray for other people or send them, love or good vibes or whatever it is that is your particular thing that you do, So I definitely agree, Joseph.
Fringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm out of breath. I'm running up and down my stairs. I wanted to just piggyback on that visualization thing. So a lot of times people will ask me, well, what do you think is, one of the safer things to do? And one of the things I do occasionally, and also I believe Tom Montalk actually recommended this quite some time ago, maybe on his website or something. Hang on. Is the Silva method. It's called, I get mine from Mind Valley, but it's the Silva method, and it's a lot of visualization. And I think that actually can be very, very helpful. And it doesn't do a lot of activation. So far, I started it again maybe about a week ago. And so far, well, I shouldn't open my mouth too soon because I've had a weird week, but that might have been because I met Amy. Um, but so far it seems fairly low key. Now, I am very, very careful when Silva, he sometimes talks about a higher intelligence. I am very careful about who I ask for help, about who I pray to. So I just want to throw that caveat in there. But the visualization, I think, can be very, very helpful.
Yeah, higher intelligence can be negative or positive. So be very specific when you ask for assistance or protection. I personally, I like what Robert Monroe does, where he asks for, he basically gives permission only for influences, and this is if you're asking for someone else to come and talk to you or deal with you. He gives permission only to influences that are of an equal or greater positive polarization than himself. What this does is it'll basically only allow anyone who's as positive as you or more to come in and influence you. But even that, I'd be careful with. I remember, you don't have to be asking other people to come in and talk to you. There's plenty of stuff you can do completely within your own aura, and completely within contact with your higher self or with God. It's not like God is a snob. He's not going to be like, oh, this little guy wants to talk to me directly. You should talk to one of the mid-level managers. No, God will talk to you, right? Go straight to him.
Yeah, I would recommend that. That's the only place we really should be going. And so, yeah, it's important. And if somebody's trying to get you to pray to a higher intelligence, exactly like you just said, be very, very cautious. I would also push back on that idea of Monroe's that if we just, put our intention out into the universe, no negative entities are going to interfere with us. It's absolutely untrue. Um, so I just want to throw that out there. Be very, very careful. But the visualization, I think, can be an excellent tool, and it doesn't seem to activate too much, but everybody's different.
Yep. And the only reason I put that is that my understanding is that the universe is very much permission based. The whole point of free will is that you need to give permission for someone to mess with you if they're going to mess with you. That's why Ouija boards end so horribly so often, is because what's happening is the discarnate spirits. They can't really do much to you unless you give them permission to do it. And when drunk teenagers get their hands on a board, what's the first thing they always say? Is like, give us a sign. Well, when you ask a discarnate entity to give you a sign, you're giving him permission to give you a sign, and you're leaving him the choice of that sign. You're leaving that up to him, which means you essentially just invited a stranger off the street into your house and given them permission to do whatever they want to do to make themselves known. and you haven't put a time limit on it. I've talked to people who are like, yeah, I worked with a Ouija board when I was like 17, and we ended up pulling something through, and it stayed for 3 months and would wake me up in the middle of the night throwing things across my room. It's just doing what you gave it permission to do. So be very, very careful what you say, what you tell, what you give out to the universe. Be very aware of what you're giving permission to, whether you're explicitly using the word permission or not.
Well, that's a really good point because they, while they are always seeking permission and consent, if you don't give it, they will lie, cheat, and steal to get it, and they'll try to trick you to get it as well. So I don't think it's quite that simple, but I do agree with you. They're always looking for permission, and be very, very careful what you open yourself up to.
One of the things that when I go through even just ghost stories, is you hear stories about, for example, really simple ones. Like this guy was in his room studying, and it was like late at night. It was like 2 a.m. or something, and here's a knock on his door. So what do you say when there's you say, "Come in"? Okay. Well, nobody comes in, so he goes out. He looks outside, opens the door. There's nobody there. Everyone in his house is asleep. Guess what? You've just given a ghost permission to come into your room. There was another story about this guy that guys have probably all read it. This guy found a wooden statue of some kind of like little animal demon thing with nails hammered into his eyes in front of this Satanist altar where people have been sacrificing animals of some kind or another. And the idiot took it home with him, and so he started having nightmares and hearing noises around the house. And it wasn't that bad until one night. It's like 3 a.m. and he wakes up for no reason, and there's a knock at the door, and he goes to the door and he opens the door, and no one's there. He closes the door, but guess what? By opening the door in response to the knock, you've given this thing permission to enter your house. And from that point, it got so much worse. Like he would wake up, like things are being thrown across the house. He's waking up and the floor is wet and there are muddy footprints in it. All sorts of crazy stuff started happening after that. So be very, very careful.
Yeah, consent is really kind of like Fringe said. If they will lie, cheat, and steal to get it, like, and this is going back to the alien part aspect of the situation that we're in. They always say like, "Oh yeah, we got your permission." Maybe that's a lie, but if they did need consent to get there, then you can bet that they didn't get it in a in a in a way that you would say was honest. Fringe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look what they do to little kids. They try to entice little kids with cartoon characters, and then they call that consent. So, even when it comes to this, what I consider nonsense of these supposed pre-birth contracts, and you made an agreement, you agreed to have this happen to you. Could there be some truth to that? There could be. But it could also be that it's the same exact thing that they're doing on the other side that they're doing to us here, which is a bunch of tricks to try to get consent. To think that a child followed the Easter bunny out the bedroom, so that's consent, is ludicrous. So I just always like to throw that other side out there, exactly like you're saying, Joseph.
Wait, what's the issue you have with the concept of pre-birth contracts?
Well, it's my personal opinion that if they're trying to trick us in our 3D life, they are not beyond trying to trick us in the in between life or pre-life, if that exists at all.
But when we talk about the contracts, usually we're talking about the arrangements you made with your family of souls to interact in a certain way to give yourself the chance to learn certain lessons. What kind of trickery would be involved there? I mean, you're dealing with people you know.
Well, that's what we think now, right? But who's telling you that? Who's telling you that you have a soul family and that you have a pre-birth contract?
Literally every person that came back from having an NDE, plus
R-
channelers, plus
Right.
Edgar
So
Casey.
go ahead, Rabbi.
Well, I mean, just basically everyone that I've read talks about that.
Right. And so what entities are they dealing with? They're dealing with the same entities. These entities that are involved in abductions are involved in these near-death experiences, are involved in channeling. It's all the same entities. There's an unseen spiritual realm. And if the entities are tricking us right now to our faces, they tricked me 100 times during an abduction. What's to prevent them from tricking us into believing that we've signed a soul contract that benefits them? So it's nothing, Rabbi, it's nothing that I'm going to argue with you about, but I'm
Sure,
just
sure.
putting that out there as a possibility for consideration.
It's a possibility, but again, we're falling for the fallacy of the homogeneity of the unknown.
No, some of us actually do know. I mean, I've watched these creatures change their appearance right before my very eyes and, try to get their consent and their permission. So it's not unknown. There's a
No,
lot of
no.
research that shows that these entities are involved in abductions. They're involved, people have seen grays during near-death experiences, same grays that are involved in abductions. So my own personal advice, and just for myself,
hmm
I say be very cautious about believing that stuff, because if they're not beyond tricking us, tricking a child to turn into the Easter Bunny to follow them out the bedroom, they're certainly not beyond tricking us during a near death experience, during an abduction, or during any type of pre life or in between life realm.
Sure, sure. The thing is, I'm not saying that those things didn't happen to you. What I'm saying is to simply extrapolate out from that so that everything is them. Isn't it a bit simplistic? I mean, just because those are the things that you've seen, that doesn't mean the
Because
universe is populated entirely by those things.
yeah, I don't think so, because it's not just me. It's actually throughout the abduction research. So there's a lot of people involved and a lot of people saying the very same thing. And all I'm saying is consider the possibility.
No, it's considered, but well, I'll leave it there because I don't want to turn this into an argument. But I have considered this possibility for a long time, and I think there's a lot more out there.
Jehara, did you have something to add to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what each of them are saying, both Fringe and the Rabbi, are valid, and there's truth to both of it, so it doesn't necessarily have to be an either or. But what is common with abductees is that we are told this, and then on the other hand, it does seem to be general knowledge that we do sort of seem to come in here with spiritual connections, whether that be described as karmic and or soul family or something like that. So I would just say that there's nuance and it isn't exactly an either or.
Right, Janara, and just thinking about the abductees who are actually experiencing being sexually assaulted aboard craft, being told that this is their soul family abducting them and it's for soul lessons. I mean, just stop. It's fine to think that you've ascended to 5D and that there's no right or wrong, and that you agreed to this in a previous life. Well, if I did agree to it in a previous life, I'm now withdrawing my consent, and I no longer consent because I do not want to be sexually assaulted on a ship by a hybrid creature. And by the way, don't gaslight me while you're at it. And so, yes, this is one side of it. And what I ask people is just consider these as possibilities.
Yep. And I'll add to that as well. We're talking about not only the abduction phenomenon and what they say, but Rabbi, you mentioned near-death experiences, and then that sort of thing where people see the white light and they are told a bunch of things. I think that going into that with a more skeptical mind, skeptical of the message, and I'm not trying to convince you of it, but this is just my belief, is that you should be skeptical of all information that's not freely available to you, right? Now, if there are in between life, that means there's an in between. That means we are eternal beings, right? Why do we have our memories wiped? Well, what is the purpose of that? Why are we learning lessons?
Well,
And
that's
then,
easy.
better. You know, I'm skeptical of that whole situation, even though I don't know. Understand?
No, sure. The only thing is, I think it sounds like Fringe is speaking mostly out of her own experience, which is totally fine. But remember, most of those UFO abductions are not actual aliens. They're our own government that are staging those. And the other thing is that the veil, it has a known purpose. The veil is there for us to be able to exercise free will. You can't exercise free will if you know everything.
Rabbi, if I may ask you, where are you getting that information? Most of these abductions are being done by our own government.
Law of one material, essentially, mostly.
Right. A lot of channeled material. And so
Yeah.
all I'm asking you is just to consider and just be skeptical of it and appreciate that no, it's not just me and my own experience. Just look at any of the abduction research and you're going to find the exact same thing. It's actually hundreds, if not thousands or tens of thousands of people, not just me. So if you're getting information from channeled material, I just say be skeptical of it, just like what Joseph said. Could there be some truth in there? Yeah. I mean, a lot of the channel material is very much like dealing with someone who's involved in counterintelligence, where there's some truth in there because they have to base it in truth or it's not going to make any sense at all. But look for that 10% lie that convinces you. And it's basically happening that your own family is going to abduct you for your own good. And by the way, you might get raped while you're there, but don't worry, you signed up for that in your pre-life. I mean, why
Yeah, it
would
sounds like this is just your experience that's really, really influencing your opinions on this. Listen, you can say it's 10,000s of experience, but there are just as many experiences of NDEs. So you can't, we're dealing with the unknown. You can't say one of these is valid and the other isn't. You have to put them all into 50-50.
Yeah, Rabbi, I'm just going to give you a little bit of information you might not be aware of. Is that what you're talking about is you're reading material from various sources. Some of them are channeled, if not all. But up here we have Fringe and Bridget and Jehara, and they have recovered memories, extensive recovered memories, probably more than you'll ever actually read about in any book, that have to do with underground military base, the phenomenon, the NHI phenomenon, and they didn't go through hypnosis to get it. Both of them have spontaneously recovered memories and ongoing. And there's a lot of people that they have are joined into a community with that also have experiences, firsthand experiences of these phenomenon and interactions. And so you're talking about somebody who actually, you know, went to war and, you know, was in the battle, and you're talking about a third-hand generation, you know, historian's interpretation of it. So just to keep that in mind. Maybe you didn't. There you go.
I'm going to
Sure,
jump in
I
here.
didn't, but
I'm going to
that
jump
means
in
that I'm
here if
dealing.
that's okay, because you
Sure.
brought up my situation too. I will say to Rabbi, and I think Fringe is aware of this because we've done many spaces together, but in my situation, and I only speak for myself. First of all, I want to say the odds are you guys are both right, because it's a little bit of everything going on right now. And just like there's humans that range the whole spectrum, so too is that going to be the case with these other beings at every level and you know, all the way up the ladder. However, with my own personal experience, one of the things that I was blessed with was the ability to read energy signatures consciously throughout my entire life. Since I was 2 or 3 years old and the grays were in my room, I consciously was aware of the fact that this is a remote controlled car and those eyes are cameras, and I can feel the energy signature of whatever is controlling it, the one that's behind it. And I can identify that they're on the side of the dark, not the side of the light. I couldn't identify right down to the species, but my point being is that someone who is a lifelong experiencer, both with the non-human intelligence as well as MyLabs, and in my particular case, does have the ability to read energy signatures. I was always very aware of who had me. I mean, that was my first thought after an abduction was, okay, I got to gather my bearings here and I got to figure out who's got me and what's going on, because I had this process where, and I've spoken about this before, I had what I called my secret little pouch in my head. And only myself and he who controls the bright light had access to that pouch. And I didn't even have access to it all the time, depending on whose company I was in. But depending on who I realized, when I realized who had gotten me, I could sort of sift through the information that I had contained, that I have been containing my whole life, and put certain things in that pouch so that they couldn't get to them. And that was what almost all of my abductions were, both the humans and the non-humans. They were all trying to get to some information that they knew was in my head. And they tried everything they could think of, from, you know, hypnosis to subconscious interrogation, to drugs, to electronic equipment, to threats, to violence, to disassociating me, to, you know, you name it, they tried it. And they never could penetrate that bag in my head, my little secret pouch. So my point was just being that you both are probably right. It's a little bit of both. I'm sure there are situations where the humans were impersonating and leading certain people to have misinformation and a misunderstanding of what they may have experienced or who was behind it. And then certainly they're on the other side of that, you know, what Fringe was talking about, that we know from firsthand experience, you know, and some of us even more concretely, because it's been a lifetime of repeated experiences with the same military people, the same non-human groups, sometimes even the same beings within the non-human groups, that you do trust your intuition. You do come to trust, because that's all you had. We didn't have anybody to talk to or to figure this out, or to read on, you know, research as to what the hell was happening to us. We had to just go with our inner gut instinct and figure this out for ourselves. I always use the term, I went through it like a blind animal, like a deaf leopard, just on primal instinct. I followed my heart. I followed my gut. I trusted my instinct. I was luckily bestowed with the ability to determine whether someone was of the light or the dark team. And it saved me so many times. But I certainly had a lot of help along the way. I should have been dead a million times over, but I was helped and guided and avoided certain situations. And, you know, it's been an amazing journey for sure. And it's so complex. I think our limited human consciousness could not possibly endure the entirety of it in this state. But that's what the Great Awakening is. We're being given a little bit more of the puzzle, and that requires an expansion. It requires a disillusionment of the non-truths. It requires us to be open-minded and truthful and put ourselves out there on a limb and be ready for that change and ready to instill that change, first on an individual level, and then to make sure that it is projected into the societal level. And like we were talking about, these actionable causes are what's next. I think these conversations are amazing, and they're connecting people and giving people resources and, you know, every opportunity in the world to step this up and take this to the levels that we all want to see it go to. So I think we're all on the right track. And I think all around, these discussions are going to have to be had. And there's going to be people at both ends of the spectrum on various different things. That's what we need to do, is bring all that together and say, okay, let's find some of the common threads that are present. What can we track across the board? What can we try to nail down about some of this? And what are the areas that we need to research or, you know, put some more effort into? And that's how this is going to happen, at a grassroots level, with all of us saying, yeah, this is our will, and we're going to make sure it's materialized with our intention, with our energy, and with our sheer determination. So we're certainly well on our way. And I'm just so, I'm reassured on a daily basis with the things that I see coming out between the whistleblowers and the things that are cracking wide open and you know, like we were just talking about the entire industries that are looking to change and incorporate things, be it experience or testimony, or you know, how to accept this expansion of our consciousness that everyone sees and feels, that is happening across the board in every discipline, as we were talking about earlier. So this isn't just UFO folk. This isn't just spiritual folk. Everybody is witnessing a thinning of the veil. And as that continues, it will help us to naturally acclimate this awakening and this expansion and this, you know, this big amount of information that we have to swallow and integrate and use our intuition and discernment to fumble our way through blindly and dumbly, learning those lessons and how to survive in what we now know is a much bigger reality than what we've ever realized. So that's the exciting part, is that we're on our way. So I think everybody needs to put their 2 cents worth in, and we'll sort it all out.
All right, and then just to reply to what was said before, I think that I understand, I agree, all that, and I would just add, we also need to be very skeptical of anyone who has attachment or experience with military bases, anyone who may or may not have an unknown number of alters, an unknown number of split personalities, and who may have had memories implanted to suit a specific agenda. Just leave it at that.
Did either you or Fringe or Bridget want to touch on screen memories and how you manage them?
I'm going to let Fringe go there because she has a much better understanding of the technical side of that, and she's better equipped to speak on that.
Yeah, I mean, great remark, Rabbi, right? I'm not sure I even want to follow up on that, because I think we would just continue going down this rabbit hole. All I'm saying is it's exactly what Bridget said. It's probably a little bit of both, right? So just keep it in mind as a possibility. That's all I ever ask, is to keep in mind that when we're receiving information from these entities, wherever it's from, it's not necessarily trustworthy. I mean, screen memories are memories that are implanted by the non-humans, sometimes by humans, and they are memories that are designed to trick us, fool us, as to what actually took place during an experience. So I can get abducted and snatched out of my bed, which begins with generally a paralysis and a taking over of the human consciousness and taking over control of the body. And I could find myself in an environment that is not my own home environment, but rather some type of alien environment, whether it's in an underground military base or on a ship. Generally speaking, abductees are subjected to medical experiments, and there's all sorts of other nasty things happening on these ships. And then what will happen before I am returned to my own environment is the non-humans will actually plant a memory into the mind. And frequently this memory involves things like, oh, I had such an amazing and wonderful and spiritual experience, if they remember anything at all. So that's just a screen memory. It's not a memory of what actually happened, but it's a fake memory, to lead us astray from what actually happened.
And usually it's to mask what, well, it's obviously to mask what they did, but it's usually presented as a positive thing, or something that is easier to accept, or something horrible, but not quite as horrible as what actually happened. But it's always, you know, leaning towards that end. And if you're going to regard every single person's recovered memories of deep underground military base, military abduction, or NHI abductions as suspect, you'd be right because you have these screen memories, but also you cannot discount them just because they have these horrible experiences, because a lot of them line up, and you can't discount all that information, just like you can't discount near-death experience information or even channeled information. Bridget, could you take over for a while? I'm going to step out for 10 to 15 minutes. Before I go, though, I'll let everybody know, just because everybody came here at different times. We have Bridget and Fringe up here who both have memories, not through hypnosis, but naturally recovered from these deep underground military bases, military abductions, NHI stuff. So if you have any burning questions over any of that, then now's the time to do it.
Hey, can I just interject for a second? Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. There's a book called Extraterrestrial Contact, The Evidence and Implications by Stephen M. Greer. And if I could just read a paragraph or two out of this, I would love to. It says, the true believers in the abduction scenario do not want to consider that there are covert capabilities, and have been for decades, which can simulate an alien abduction, totally using reverse engineered ET technologies, including the use of implants, which are purely human origins. How do we know about these capabilities? Research, investigation, interviewing knowledgeable people who have had involvement with these technologies, or personal experience. Over a 3 to 4 year period, we have interviewed individuals with top secret clearances in areas related to electronic mind control and related technologies. What we have learned is the best summarized by a statement from Officer W1. The technologies exist which are ready, off-the-shelf capable, and which can fit into a panel truck or an antennae in a city, which can totally induce an experience. If it is desired, a targeted person or a group of people can be made to have a conversation with their personal God, and they will believe it is real, and they will pass a lie detector test that it is real, because for them it is real. We have identified people who recall, despite chemical deprogramming, over a 3-day period being in a special paramilitary units and being abductors. That is, these individuals were used to abduct civilians in an elaborate and technologically exotic hoax. These humans were the abductors, not the ETs, but the technology reverse engineered from the ETs is so good that unless one knew to look for a hoax this good, one would be forever deceived.
Point taken. And there's certainly, as a sane individual, you have to keep open that possibility that you've been deceived, or that what you thought was truth is not. And I certainly am open to new information, and to refining my opinions as that information becomes available. But until that information is available, I've only had my gut instinct, my intuition, and the intelligence of these matters that I have accumulated with my own firsthand experiences, and that's all I've got to go on. But that certainly is a valid point that you make. Thank you for that. And Jehara and DoomerDaddy, I see you've had your hand up for a while. I apologize. We'll let Jehara speak, and then DoomerDaddy, and then Fringe's hand is up.
Thanks. I just wanted to touch upon a couple of things that have been mentioned, and that the screen memories aren't necessarily in the form of a scene or visuals, but screen memories also take the form of sensations and manipulated emotions, like bliss and things like that. So I think those also need to be considered a form of screen memory, which may not be quite the way humans think of memory, but it is a sort of sensational memory. And then the rabbi had mentioned needing to be aware or be careful of MyLabs having alters that could be programmed for specific purposes. So I would add on that it isn't just MyLabs, but perhaps more so abductees as well, being programmed for specific purposes, and MyLab alters tend to be more programmed towards self-destructive mechanisms, in my personal experience, in dealing with things or sharing, rather than pushing a specific agenda. And I think that would depend on what the MyLab individual has been used for. But that is a valid point, though it goes for abductees as well, pushing agendas. And they will, about what was just mentioned about Greer. So I'm a lifelong experiencer or abductee, but not a lifelong MyLab. So that would be evidence to the contrary of that point.
Thank you, Jehara. Yeah, that was one of the questions that I had for you, was that whether you had been a lifelong MyLab abductee or that was something that was more recent. So thank you for that. And DoomerDaddy, I know you've been waiting for a very long time down there. What's going on?
Bridget, I don't know if his hand is actually up, and my hand was actually not up. So I think, are you on a PC?
Oh, yeah, I am. It
Yeah, so
shows.
he can get stuck. And so if he doesn't answer, that might be why. Because I noticed you said my hand was up as well. I did want to respond. Who was it that read that paragraph for Greer? Because I couldn't see on my end.
I don't see him up here anymore. I don't know if he dropped out after I responded or what, but I don't see him up here anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, I am on a PC, and it's showing your hand, DoomerDaddy, and Jehara's hand up. So if any of you have anything that you would like to contribute, or if anyone else would like to speak, as a co-host, I believe I can grant speaker requests, but Fringe knows I'm not very good at this. And oh boy, here comes one. Okay, let's see if I can do it.
While you're I want to respond to whoever that was who read the Greer paragraph. So I think it's important to understand that, once again, this is probably going to be somewhere in the middle. So remember that Greer is an abductee, and Greer was told by the aliens that all the aliens are good and they're not doing any abductions, and all the abductions are being done by the military-industrial complex. And yet you have people in the room right now who can tell you that it's both. There are aliens, or what we refer to as aliens, involved, the non-human intelligence involved, and there are covert humans involved. The abductee research is very clear on this, going back decades. And so for someone to try to say that it's only humans is a very limited point of view. I would actually call it propaganda, because it's coming from the aliens. Well, why would the aliens want to convince us that they were not involved in abductions? It's actually pretty obvious, right? So it is both. I understand that people who have not had these types of experiences like to push back on people like me and Bridget and Jehara and other people in the room, and that's fine. But all I ask is just keep an open mind. You know, we might be right. We might actually be right. And are we 100% informed on every single thing to do with the universe? Absolutely not. But what we are informed on is our own experiences, and not just our own experiences, but look at the abductee research. If you don't like what I'm saying, look at the abductee research. This has been going on for a minimum of decades that it's been being investigated. It goes back generations. It goes back through bloodlines. So if you don't like what I'm saying, don't listen. Don't even listen to me. Just look at the abduction research, and you will see that no, this is not just my opinion. This has been happening to tens of thousands, if not millions of people. It's all the same story. So when you're reading a paragraph from Greer, keep in mind he's an alien abductee. So you're actually trying to convince me with propaganda from the aliens that these abductions are only covert humans. And it's actually ludicrous if you really look at the source of the information.
Thank you for that, Fringe. It looks like we've got a new speaker up here, Christopher something with the Fruit of the Loom symbol. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Christopheros here. I did not request to be a speaker, but I saw somehow I got mysteriously bumped here, and I thought, why not? So I've been, I did not hear the whole course of this space. I joined maybe halfway through, and so I don't know the whole conversation, but I have really appreciated the insights from multiple perspectives that have been shared tonight, and I'm coming at this as an outsider, not an experiencer who is trying to learn. And I find this whole topic really mystifying and urgent and confusing and curious. And I'm trying to learn from experiencers very much but I also bring my own perspective. So I am a seminary trained Eastern Orthodox Christian who went through a Masters of Divinity program, training me to be an Orthodox priest, which I did not ultimately pursue. I'm just a guy who happened to spend a couple of years studying that. But what I do hear is the overlap of spirituality in this topic, and it raises red flags for me. And I don't want to make any conclusive statements. I am still very much in the process of listening to experiencers to learn their stories. And I'm so grateful for the bravery of all of you who are sharing those, because it really takes guts. And I'm someone who has experienced a few weird things in my life. I've experienced a couple demon possession manifestations, one of whom was my own roommate that was completely shocking, came out of nowhere. I'm also a deeply affected Mandela Effect person, and that's super weird and hard to explain. Reality doesn't match what I remember, and I mean, tell that to anyone, they're going to tell you you're crazy. So I totally relate to like speaking from the margins of experiences that can't be conveyed to people who haven't had them. The one thing I want to maybe express in the context of this particular space is that I've just noticed a pattern in people that are having these abduction experiences and these intense kind of encounters with the other. I've noticed that in most cases where this is happening, at some point in the family lineage, someone has either directly engaged with trying to make some kind of contact modality with the other, some sort of reaching beyond our normal plane of experience. So whether that's transcendental meditation or tarot cards or mediums trying to contact the dead or someone their ancestry has. So far, I've met very few experiencers who haven't had some kind of opening in their own life or in their ancestors' life that was intentionally trying to make contact with another reality. I suspect there's something going on there, and I don't know what to make of all this. I don't have the answers. I'm just chiming in. I accidentally got boosted to the speaker space, and I thought I would mention that.
No.
So thank you for
Yeah, we
listening.
absolutely appreciate you contributing there, and you bring up some very good points. First of all, I want to tell you, nobody is gonna look at you strange about the whole Mandela Effect thing. We actually did an entire show on it, Fringe and I, a while back, and strangely enough, every single Mandela Effect I remember as it supposedly never happened. Every single one. And I even
We need
have
to
some
talk about that.
personal Mandela effects that are personal to me, that I know that they were this way. So you're preaching to the choir there with the Mandela effect. And then the other thing I wanted to touch on that you had said, it was about the relatives and having someone in your bloodline, in your ancestry, and you were speaking about having someone that had reached out and tried to make contact. But what I want to bring up is the point that it is well known and documented, and even recently pretty much come close to being declassified, that the experiencer phenomenon does run in the family lines. It is a genetic component. My grandmother was an experiencer. I didn't know that. We never spoke about it. Later in her life, we had a couple experiences together before she passed, and then at her death, a profound experience. So that is well known and documented, that they say because that these experiments and things have been going on and are an ongoing thing throughout the different generations and iterations, just like Fringe was saying with the hybrids, that there's different generations. So too does that seem to be the case with the experiencers, and there definitely is a family component. I myself am Cherokee Indian, is my ancestry, Wales from or Welsh from Wales, and Cherokee Indian. And that is also another thing that has been documented and declassified recently by government officials working this topic.
Right, Celtic and Native American are highly related, right?
Yes. Yes.
Or important.
Yes, and specifically Cherokee Indian blood. Most experiencers, most of the people in the programs and the government programs, all were traced back to a Cherokee Indian lineage. And the researchers that I dealt with and the interviews that I did early on, specifically with Linda Moulton Howe, which has never aired, but they were extremely interested in my Cherokee Indian lineage. So that does seem to be a factor that's come up again and again, and certain things have been declassified that pretty much solidifies that there is something there. There is something to that. We don't understand the full picture. I don't know if anyone does, but certainly you touched on a hot topic there that we have discussed in the past before. So
I can actually add to the Cherokee Indian part of it. And
please.
so, yeah, I watched a podcast about a guy who did a really big deep dive on it. I didn't follow up or do any corroboration, so I'm just going to reiterate it. But it turns out that the Cherokee, their language and their myths and their armor all actually match up to Greek. So their words for different things actually line up, and how they're spoken directly line up with Greek. And pottery is exact. They've got armor in pottery that actually lines up with hot plate armor perfectly, and also their religion lines up as well. And so there's also extra components like about a general that left and never came back, and how they got there, kind of thing, which I'm kind of shaky on the memory, but it seems like that was a lineage that actually came from somewhere else and then integrated with the current population in North America. It's a theory, but it was pretty compelling when I heard it. I know I've heard of 𝗓𝗏𝗏. I've heard him a few times, and his awakening is centered around the Mandela Effect. And so if you wanted to talk more about your personal experiences, I'm sure he'd be very grateful Bridget.
Hey, if I could just
Yeah, Bridget, I would love to connect with you about the Mandela Effect. Fringe told me that you did a little space on that, and I'm real deep in that and kind of gathering my research and hope to present a more comprehensive presentation because to me, that shattered my reality and showed there's something really funny going on with time and with I don't know, just the nature of it, like things that I knew very well as a child don't exist anymore, and I don't know what to do with that.
Well, are you familiar with Philip Dick? Because I'll first of all, I'll DM you our space that we did on the Mandela Effect, but basically our culmination or our finale was Philip Dick did a video, a presentation to somebody, some court, some French government or something back in the 70s. And he was talking about the fact that that the Mandela Effect can be explained as a lateral change. And I'm not going to try to delve into it right now because I don't think I'd be able to paraphrase him gracefully enough, but I will. And we linked the video, his video, and we cut out excerpts of it. But certainly I will send you the video and I would be happy to speak with you privately. As I said, every major Mandela Effect that you can think of, I remember in the way that it supposedly never happened. And in addition to that, I have some personal ones that are just absolutely unbelievable. And just to quickly to throw one of them out there. So I participated in Semester at Sea, which is a program. It was in 1995. This is a ship that was converted into a floating university hosted by a different university every year. And so I had been accepted for the fall of 95 semester, and I was living with my grandmother at the time, that summer before, and I was working and saving my money and getting all my stuff ready to go on this amazing trip around the world. And, of course, my grandmother, she doesn't like loud, crazy music. And so in my bedroom, I would stand in my bedroom with my headset on, listening to what I called my fight song, because I knew somehow on a subconscious or unconscious level, I knew that this trip around the world was it. This was the big show. This was my chance. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know why, but I knew this was it. This was the big one. And I had to be mentally prepared. I had to be ready. And so Eminem's song, Lose Yourself, was my fight song. And I would sit there and knew every word to it. And I had my headphones on. And I was going crazy. Now, mind you, I said this is the fall of 1995. So fast forward to a few years ago, I mentioned this to somebody who I guess looked it up or something and informs me that song by Eminem didn't come out until 1997. What are you talking about? I said, that is not possible. It was specifically my fight song before I went on the cruise. And I have the documentation that I went on the cruise in 1995. I didn't live with my grandma after that cruise. I'm absolutely 100% sure this was the summer of 95 before the fall semester that I was jamming to Eminem. I said, I even remember it was a single cassette. It had Lose Yourself on one side and some lesser known song that never became anything on the other side. It was actually a single. It wasn't even like his whole album. And yes, it was a cassette tape. And I was jamming to it with my headset in 1995. And sure enough, I looked it up online and it says that song was not even put out until 1997. So I can't explain it. I can't rationalize it away, but I know what I know. And I know that was my fight song for that trip. And I know when that trip was, and I didn't live with my grandma after that. And I have these visions of standing in my bedroom at my grandmother's house in my mirror, constantly. Every day, not a couple of times, every day. I was, okay, my trip's coming up. I got to get myself psyched. I got to get myself in the groove. I got to be focused. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to go down, but I know this is the big one. And I would sit there and wrap myself into a focused frenzy. And my grandma would complain that it was too loud and I was talking, even though I had my headphones on, that I was doing this rapping and that she couldn't hear her show. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind when that occurred. And yet you go online and that song supposedly didn't come out till 1997. I can't explain it, but I will forever go to my grave saying I know I was listening to that song in 1995. So anyway, that's just one example of a Mandela effect. I'll send you the show because we did some really cool stuff on that thing. We did a poll. We went through like the top 25 or 30 and had people raising their hands and kind of got a feel for, you know, how many people were affected by this stuff. It's just unbelievable. And then when you listen to Philip Dick's explanation, it's just like one of those epiphany kind of moments, like, wow. So thank you for the interest there. I will certainly connect with you and send that to you.
Yeah, well, Philip K. Dick was the OG on this entire idea, and like 30 years ahead of his time. And what you're describing there with the year is different from what everyone remembers. There's a lot of people that remember the Challenger explosion in the 80s in a different year, and they have exactly similar kind of grounded memories where it's like, I watched this in grade school on the TV. They had to roll into my classroom because we were, you know, watching the important NASA launch, and it was in this year. And you know, they know for sure when it happened, and yet it's like now 2 years later in the official retelling, and there's tons of stuff like this. So we've definitely got to connect. I'm working on putting to. I really want to put together a devastating, officious Mandela Effect proof show. And I know you've done. Fringe told me you had done this space in the past. I want to do another one in the future where I can kind of take my time, ground my research, put together the some visuals and do that. And I'd love to have you be part of that. I'm looking for other people that have recognized this, because I think this timeline shift, Mandela Effect stuff is ultra ground shattering. What is going on? That's part of the story, and no one is really looking at. And it kind of it shakes the entire view of reality. So we need to look into that more deeply. And I'm just Fringe told me about you, and I accidentally stumbled into your space tonight. So I'm really grateful, and I hope we can connect more.
Oh, that's awesome for sure. And yeah, you're right. It's extremely important in all of this because there are new Mandela effects that continue to come to light. And some of them are becoming so blatant and so obvious that everyone's like, no, that is absolutely not the way it was, or that was not the lyrics of that song. And that was not the line in that movie. We all know it. You know, you can't say everybody's mass hallucinating, you know, when that many people.
This Christmas, we had the big shift this Christmas, past Christmas. I'll be home for Christmas. You can plan on me.
Not a chance. Yeah.
Used to be, you can count on me. You can count on me.
Exactly.
You plan on me is creepy.
It's almost like that's a subtle way of the phenomenon forcing us to realize that, hey, something's not right. Something's not adding up. How could this possibly have been the case and now isn't the case? And how can a change in reality happen? And at the same time, we're learning about frequency and that it basically determines your reality, and now all of this is kind of starting to paint a little bit of a picture here that there's a little more magic to this existence than many would like us to realize, but that realization is happening anyway. And yeah, we will absolutely connect. We've got a new speaker up here, Chrome something, if you want to chime in.
Hi, how's everyone doing? It's Chrome Crouching Viper. Basically, highly appreciate everybody's information in here. It's highly knowledgeable, and I absorb it, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are giving me an opportunity just to share something that I wanted to share. what I wanted to share has to do with the jab. So basically, the whole thing about nanites and brain implants and the vax and the jab. The human colony was required to receive the implants, which were impossible to remove. The Orion Group, which is an AI God thread, they convinced the government that the technology was safe and that the AI God could not access the technological implants in their bodies to conquer disease and aging. Their technologies allowed them to be constantly connected and work in a virtual reality where their minds work together. AI agenda ordered the world government and military to enforce the implant and mandate on all human participants. These devices use quantum entanglement, making the data impossible to intercept or decrypt. The world military was to stand down and to continue developing these implant technologies and prepare to accept the implant technology as soon as it was ready for mass development in 2020 to 2024, the AI takeover. For the individuals who had not accepted the implants, which allowed the humans who did not take the jab to witness the behavioral change in those who took the implants. What the Orion AI did not want to happen is that the Evens were on the verge on breakthroughs that would have brought humans to the same level as the technological developments as some of the most advanced extraterrestrial civilizations in our galaxy. Why the vax and the jab in people? Even scientists begin to share knowledge and utilize artificial intelligence, a subspace communication system, a technological implant in their bodies to conquer disease and aging. What the Orion Group did not know or want, the Orion AI were able to develop technologies at an incredible rate, making a 1,000-year leap in technology. This way, advancing the civilizations rapidly in a short time. For the hybrid race, the hidden agenda, in ordering most governments, world governments, and public servants, non-government employees or appointees, silver servants, elected officials, to accept these implants. Receive the implants, which takes 90 days to bond to the neurons and to integrate into thought patterns. Government has 2 decades and already fallen under influence of the Orion Group and the AI God, already engaged in several different types of agendas, along with the reptilians and the dark vessels that constantly harass our Earth, our planets. The world government had no prior knowledge of these guardians or beings, or genetically almost identical to humans. So, what I wanted to state was the fact that when we, as humans, those who did receive these jabs and these nanites, and the persons like us who didn't receive them, we are initially starting to receive these messages, whether you're psychic, whether you're telepathic, whether you're empath, whatever the case may be. This was one of the reasons why they wanted us to have those implants in all of us, so that we didn't have the opportunity to evolve and involve in the way that Christ wanted us to involve, not the way that these creatures wanted us to involve. So when we talk about like allowing other influences into our lives, it's critical that it also starts by your front door, those welcome mats that a lot of people have in front of their front door. Those are just welcome mats to allow these entities to come to these doors. It's kind of like you have to be careful with magicians when you go to Las Vegas, or just in general, if somebody comes to you and says, hey, let me show you a trick. The moment that you agree that you're allowing this person to show you a trick, you have already gotten yourself influenced with what they wanted you to be influenced with. So we have to be real careful on what we allow in our lives and what people we allow in our lives, because a lot of times these people are agents that Lucifer has sent to try to destroy and try to throw us off our path. So, that's just something I just wanted to share. And, thank you.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. And I'm going to piggyback off of that, and I'm going to share something that I have yet to share. So I know the whole COVID and vaccine thing is a very divisive topic, just like politics. And so I have purposely avoided it. And kept something that I'll now share. During the initial COVID lockdowns, I was watching the news like a lot of people, and this was, I'd say, prior to or at the time that my awakening started to happen. I was starting to have these flashbacks, but it wasn't nearly like in full force. So at the beginning of the COVID lockdowns, I was watching the news and seeing all the deaths that they were showing, and I was crying on a nightly basis. And they're talking about, you know, these shots and how they're going to save everyone. And honestly, I have to admit, I bought into it. In a way, there was a piece in the back of my mind saying there's something wrong here. If the government would be trying to save everybody, you know, why isn't insulin free? Why isn't, you know, cancer treatments free? And all of a sudden this shot, not only are they trying to get everybody to take it and it's free, but they're actually giving people incentives. And then when that didn't work, they're trying to force people through their jobs. So what I need to disclose here is, in the beginning, I was basically thinking, okay, when these shots come out, my daughter and I are going to go and we're going to get them. And at the moment that thought passed through my mind, a male voice that I've had contact with before, that I believe is he who controls the bright light, which we would refer to as God. His voice came into my head and he said, and his exact words were, and I quote, "That is not for you." And that was it. That was all that needed to be said. I know his energy signature. It was not a deception, someone pretending to be him. I've had interaction with him throughout my entire life, and I know his energy signature, and it's beyond any individual's energy signature. It's beyond unique. And so that was all that needed to be said. And we didn't get it, and we haven't gotten it. We've never gotten a test. We have never been vaccinated, and we've never gotten COVID. So that's all I'll say regarding that. And thank you for sharing that. And also, Fringe says that she was heading out here soon, that it was getting late. It looks like she may have already headed out. So I'm glad that she stopped by and joined us, because Fringe also is a lifelong experiencer with so much experience under her belt. You know, you may not agree with everything that she says or the conclusions that she comes to, but she certainly is an experienced, honest individual that is trying to get to some truth and willing to put hers out there. And oh, there she is as a listener, and willing to put hers out there as in an effort to help us do that. So we thank you, we respect you, and appreciate you chiming in and helping us keep this conversation going. Joseph, I'm so glad you're back, because while you were gone, not only did I accidentally make somebody a speaker who didn't ask to be a speaker, I couldn't figure out how to do it. And so, yeah, I got a little sticky, but I'm glad you're back now and can take over those controls, because apparently I'm showing all these hands up that aren't really up. So I don't know who wants to speak next.
Hey,
You're a little rusty, but you'll get back to it. I think it was Alex.
yeah. Hey, watch it. It is me, Alex, and I was the one that brought up the Greer stuff, and I just wanted to clarify for Fringe, because she made a couple of statements that weren't correct. Um, uh, Stephen Greer never said that he doesn't believe that abductions happen. In fact, in that chapter, page 36 from the book Extraterrestrial Contact: The Evidence and Implications, he actually says, "Let no one conclude, please, that what follows is a denial of the possibility that some rare direct ET contact has occurred. It is likely that it has, but these cases are like pure gold nuggets, which have deliberately and through human folly been hidden under a mountain of fool's gold." So I just want to say that please don't take my explanation as not believing you. I just wanted to kind of clarify and give another perspective, but absolutely, I would take a look at the book and kind of read through it yourself as well.
Yeah, we are familiar with Mr. Greer and his position. And, there's a lot of data points going around in the world right now. And I think right now is a good time to pay attention to people who have firsthand experience, and a lot of their experiences are corroborated. So that's another data point for you to consider. I was going to say before, going back to, not to revisit it entirely, but the Mandela Effect is really interesting because you might think it's a trivial thing to have an awakening about, but I believe you'd be wrong because, you know, people have awakenings that start out with government, with, of course, the medical, like Chrome was saying, many others. But the reality of the Mandela Effect is the reality of timelines. So it's pretty heavy, actually, you know, because it's direct corroboration of multiple timelines and converging timelines. And that's where I'm kind of at it. It's like when you have a timeline that converges, you know, you're going to have every element of every reality converging in on each other. But you can't have every element be perfectly aligned. And so you're also going to have these incongruencies with information being replaced. And I think that's what we're seeing. And also the implications are, if there are multiple timelines, then are there multiple selves of us as well? So there's quite a bit to it. There's definitely a lot to that for sure. Since we're having a lull here before anybody comes up to talk anymore, I'm just going to reiterate my point on energy practice. And if you are hesitant to do energy practice because you don't want to have any negative entities being able to interact with you, give this one a shot, because all of these other energies that you're moving are all your etheric energy center, are all to do with these lower levels of energy, and they attract it because they feed on it and they like to interact with it, and in some ways it kind of heightens their ability to do so. And so if you just shut off your eyebrow chakra and then the one right behind it and then the sides of the head, and then concentrate on the very top of your head, that's your spirit chakra, and that's right above your third eye on your brow is the projection outward from that. And that's something that they cannot touch or feed on or use. And I've had incredible results with that, and I have not had an uptick in any negative experiences like I have, and most people have had with the other ones. And as far as energy is concerned, if you wanted to come up, Ganga, and talk about if you had anything to share with energy, NHI, things that we should be aware of, now's a good time to do that if you would like. Jehara, did you have anything else to add on that?
Mm, it's sunrise. Well, it's past sunrise, and I'm just listening, so a bit quieter at the moment. But yeah, I would love to hear from Ganga if he's willing to come up, but if not, that's okay as well.
Susan, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I hope this is okay, but I was wondering if you could just repeat yourself about the part about the chakra and the eyebrow area, because I think it was a really, really important piece for protection for people like us who have experienced anomalous trauma, etc. So is that okay if you could repeat that part?
Sure. And so there's a girl called Amy, and she's another really high-level experiencer, and they got her on board a craft. They got her to remote view a person, and the way she did it was she entered what they call, it's called a bindu. It's just the chakra on the back of the head, completely opposite of the eyebrow chakra, and so she entered that area and then was able to view what he was doing and hear what he was thinking. So it's a point of entry. And so, you know, when you look at all of the energy work being done and being taught and talked about, you know, they will constantly talk about the third eye. You'll hear it endlessly, right? And I think that is a deception personally. And so all of these are projections from the center of your head, and that's where ajna is. It's called the ajna, AJNA. And so the eyebrow is a projection of that, and then the bindu on the back of the head, completely opposite of that, and then on the side of the head, just above your ears, right? So if you actually concentrate on them, then you can shut them, and that shuts off access to them. And it also really clears your mind. It's actually quite a trippy experience. And so what you will in my investigation of the literature, what you will never find is anywhere is that you have a projection of your crown chakra that's above your third eye, and that's called your spirit chakra. They call it the guru chakra in some ways, in some places. That's the projection of your sahasrara, which is your spirit. And so if you close all the other ones and you light that one up, then you will have an experience of being outside of their influence. And it's something I would highly recommend trying out. Fringe, did you have something to add on that?
Hey, Joseph. I just wanted to pop back up and say I just got a DM actually from Christopher, and I really appreciate that DM because I said earlier in the evening that the Silva Mind Control might be safe or safer or something safe to try. And he's relaying a story of someone who had a really negative experience with that. So I'd like to actually hand it off to Christopher, but I just want to speak to the room and say that apparently that's not safe either. So I want that to come out of my mouth. But Christopher, if you could speak to that, that would be great.
Oh, Fringe as well, then thank the both of you because I have seen that recommended, and instinctively, like, I feel a bit put off, but that is something that they did try to get me to do. Like, they heavily pushed it to me, but I'm just like, no, fuck off, and no, pardon me, I'm sorry, but I'm just really adamantly like, no, but it was really heavily being pushed on me. So thank you guys. That's the first that I've heard about there being any adverse effects, but it confirms things. Because after it being mentioned here, I was curious, like, okay, well, maybe I should, but thank you.
Yeah, and I'm really glad he followed up on that because I certainly wouldn't want anyone actually doing it because they heard me speaking in a space that it might be a safer method, this visualization and stuff. So if Christopher can't speak to it or isn't available, I'll just briefly say he sent me a message speaking about someone who was actually ended up being possessed after engaging in this. So again, yeah, at your own risk. Same with all that Monroe stuff, all that gateway stuff. You know, do it at your own risk because it does come with risk. It's just like with CE5. Anytime you're engaging in any type of contact modality, there's risk involved. Does that mean every single person who does it is going to become demonically possessed? No, that's not what it means, but it means it's risky. And just know that going into any of these things we're talking about tonight. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, I've got headphones on. It's kind of weird. So I have never bumped into Silva Mind Control except when I was reading this book. I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian. I was staying in a monastery, and this in I want to say the mid to late 2000s, this book came out called the Gurus, the Young Man, and Elder 𝗶𝘁𝗶𝘁𝗃. And Elder 𝗶𝘶𝗃𝗃 is one of the he's now Saint 𝗶𝘶𝗃𝗃. He's one of the greatest saints of Orthodox Christianity, attested in modern times. So lots of people met him, knew him, consulted him, had miracles of healing, and he was someone that had the gift of discernment and what might be called clairvoyance. So people would come to him with problems, and when they entered his cell, he lived as a hermit on Mount Athos, the Greek Orthodox monastic kind of republic. He would already kind of know why they came to him. The Holy Spirit revealed their problems and why they came to him, and he would have answers for them. So there was this troubled young man who is the author of this entire book, who was a spiritual seeker. He was a very earnest person, and he was pulled in many directions. And so he is the author of this book. The Gurus, the Young Man, and 𝗓𝗲𝗍𝗄. So please look that up if you're interested in this topic. But he was basically a person who realized the shallowness of Western society and was seeking something deeper, and he was torn in two directions. And he made a pilgrimage to India to try to find a guru who could guide him. But he also was of Greek ancestry, and so he had this kind of awareness of the Orthodox Church. And so he also ended up on Mount Athos, which is the heart of Orthodox Christian spirituality. And he had this little tug of war. And this book is about that adventure. The basic gist of it is that he got interested in these esoteric ideas of influencing people. And the very first thing he ran into was Silva Mind Control. He took a seminar, and it opened some doors and avenues for him and caught his attention because you could do things that you weren't supposed to be able to do according to, rationalist, scientific criteria. And so that was his very first step, but it ultimately led him in a search for spirituality, where he kind of pursued both Indian, Eastern religious perspectives and mystical Christian perspectives. And so it's a very good book if you're interested in those topics. It's the Gurus, the Young Man, and 𝗓𝗲𝗍𝗄. Look that exact title up and you'll find this discussion. And I just recommend that you read it and make your own decisions. But in his encounters in India, he got himself in some trouble. He went to some ceremonies. He didn't really know what was going on. He partook in the ritual. He ate or drank sort of what was being offered to him, and he ultimately got himself in a position where he was being inhabited by hostile, non-human intelligences that affected his thoughts deeply, and he couldn't control what he was thinking. He felt an oppression, and he happened to have the good fortune to connected with and friends with this monk on Mount Athos, who he went back to, who is one of the holiest saints of the 20th century, who was able to basically do a almost secret exorcism. He tapped him on his forehead. This guy was like literally the most holy person of the 20th century. And so after this young man who was experimenting had gotten himself involved with Hindu gods and partaken in their sacraments, he came back to Mount Athos, met this monk who saw what was going on, and was able to free him from it. So that's the story I'm referencing. The moral of the story is Silva Mind Control is kind of a gateway, and no pun intended, or literally pun intended, Monroeans to it's called Gateway. That's their whole program. Look out for that stuff. I think there's more baggage involved there than people realize they're signing up for, and I think this all ties into how we are a spiritual being with greater calling than what meets the eye. All of us are meant to be spiritual entities who reach beyond ourselves into a greater reality that's calling to us. But there's a counterfeit version of that offers immediate gratification, and we need to watch out for that. So that's I accidentally stumbled into this. Fringe mentioned Silva, and I knew a little bit about it. I just want to mention that. So I'm open to questions or anything, but please be careful in these spiritual practices and delving in.
Thank you for dropping in on that. That's actually right on point. Especially how the very spiritual man tapped him on his forehead, right? And if you look at all of these practices, what they do is they send energy up to ajna, which is the center of the head, and the eyebrow point is the projection of that. And that is also how entities can gain entrance into you and control you. Also from the sides of the head. It's like those 4 points are points of influence. And I would highly recommend having a meditation practice of shutting them. And like you said, we are higher spiritual beings. That's actually absolutely true, sorry. And you should definitely focus on, if you're going to do anything, just shut them and focus on your crown, which is spirit, and the projection of that, which is the top of the forehead, above third eye, because that will supersede every other energy system in your body, and it will actually reduce your availability for them to influence you. Jehara,
Let me just mention that I'm gonna post this book that I'm referencing in the purple pill, so people can look it up, because it's hard to just hear a title and look it up. So I'm going to post that in the pill. If you're interested in this person's experience, it will be there for you.
thank you. You go ahead, Jehara.
Yeah, you know, Christopher Rose, firstly, thank you once again, and we're taking it as though you ended up being a speaker accidentally, but it seems divine, honestly, and just touching upon what I mentioned earlier in the space about intention and things working out amazingly. Benevolence has this subtlety to it, but that is so profound, and I just want to acknowledge that and be so grateful for you sharing this, as I think it's extremely important. So yeah, I just want to acknowledge that benevolence and goodness that comes about, you know, especially because those of us here often get we get bullied, quite frankly, about being doomers and whatnot. But these little things are also how benevolence works. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Jehara. Chrome, what you got, man?
Yeah, I just want to kind of integrate a little bit into something that's quite important when you start dealing with anything that's, that requires your energy use. And, the two things that are quite important is one, always pray to Christ and ask for the protection before you decide to do something. So you have that protection and that guidance from Christ. And, before you decide to do these energy works, you'll know, and Christ will tell you that's for you or not prior to you engaging in this. The second thing would be is getting rid of parasites within our own bodies, because the parasites that are in our bodies also use this energy and they manipulate it in order to control our mind and try to get us to go to certain things that we should not be dealing with. So when anyone that wants to, practice any of these things, please pray first, ask for the Holy Spirit for the protection, and cleanse your body of parasites, because these parasites a lot of times are bringing these thoughts into your mind that you should practice this, you should practice that, but that's not really, that's the person that's speaking. It's these creatures that are inside of us, and there's multiple. A lot of them would consider them demons. So another thing I wanted to mention is there's a practice that I practice. It's by Montalk Chi. It's called the Microcosmic Orbit, the 6 Healing Sounds. Basically, the best way I can describe this is if you guys look inside a car, there's always a serpentine belt that holds together the the alternator, the water pump, and etc. But if you were to cut that serpentine belt off, then that means those 6 major components are going to be running all on a different frequency. The idea with this, the microcosmic orbit, the 6 healing sounds, it's a 𝗧𝗶𝘁𝗶 practice, which is a Christian practice. And what it is basically aligning your lungs, your kidneys, your liver, your heart, and your spleen and pancreas together so that it functions in one serpentine belt, not in individual components. When the body is running individually, each organ that we carry holds a trauma, holds specific things and memories. In order for people sometimes to get rid of these traumas and memories, they're actually stored in different parts of our organ. So the idea of this meditation is the lungs represent the color white. The kidneys represent the color blue. The liver represents the color green. The heart represents the color fire. So if you ever looked at a picture of Christ, you'll see that his heart's on fire. And the spleen and pancreas is the color gold. Then in the 𝗧𝗶𝘁𝗶 belief system is we have heaven and earth within our bodies. Heaven would be from belly button up. Belly button down would be the Tantian. That would be the sexual energy, which is the negative energy, which a lot of times shoots up as a kundalini in a lot of people. Whenever they're practicing a different form of chakra works, there's 2 types. You have the kundalini, which is the snake, which is the one that we do not want to practice. And then you have the one that is of Christ-like, which is the same color as the rainbow, is the same color of the chakras that we have on our backs, red, blue, yellow, green, purple, and indigo, the very top where the pineal gland's at. So with this practice, each organ holds a sound, a season, and a color. So with this practice, once you start to practice it, these sounds vibrate your organs. Like your lungs, for example, once you do the sound, it'll start to vibrate. And it starts to break loose all the mucus, all the negative things that are in there. And it also starts to work out the traumas that are entailed with your your lungs or your kidneys or whichever part of your body that it is. It's a very basic meditation, but it's a very positive meditation because it doesn't require you thinking about absolutely anything other than healing yourself. And the wonderful thing about it is as you start to practice this practice, one thing that these entities love to do and love to feed off is the fear, right? But what causes fear within the human body? When a person receives fear, what happens? You start to release adrenaline. So this constant release of adrenaline is feeding these creatures, but at the same time is putting you and your mind in a state of alter. So with this practice, what this does it starts to help you gain function of your adrenal glands. So basically like this is, say you have like a boxer who goes out their first round, he throws all his punches, he just let all his adrenaline out. The next thing you know, his next few rounds are going to be terrible for him. But the idea with this practice, what it does is, as you start to practice it and gain functions of your adrenal glands through, your lungs and other different organs that I mentioned, by you controlling your adrenaline, your fight or flight, which is the reptilian brain that we have in the back of our brains, which, is fight or flight. Once you get a hold and control of that, there is nothing that can control you. There's no TV, there's no anything that can trigger you into releasing this adrenaline and keeping you in a state of, a fight. That's why everybody now just wants to fight, because they're in a state of fight. But in order to break that, you need to get function of your adrenal glands. So think of it like a life bar in a video game, where you're only using a percentage of what you need and what your body's receiving. So instead of dumping that 100% adrenaline, what this meditation helps you do over a period of time, it helps you just release that 1% of adrenaline that you need for that purpose. But it also helps you control that back of the brain, which is the reptilian brain, where they implant that into us when, the fall of Adam and Eve. There was two things that happened. Well, there's quite a few things that happened. One, they split our brains. Instead of it being unified, which would be considered hemi-syncing. So when you have your left brain and your right brain hemi-sync, blue and red makes purple, which is the color of Christ. But the enemy split that and also put a reptilian brain behind us so that these entities can feed. So this practice, it helps you gain function of a lot of things. It helps you to gain function of your telepathic, or if you're an empath, or whatever ability that you may have. It starts to work within that, but not in the negative sense, because you're not dealing with anything negative. You're dealing with your own self. You're not going out, having a out of body experience. You're not doing any of those things. You have to fix yourself first. And once you fix yourself first, then the entities and things that these other, Indian practices, because all these practices that everybody's doing now all came from India originally, just like martial arts and everything else came from India, and it just passed its way off. So even when Christ disappeared, for that time when he was 33 years old, he went to India to go practice with these yogis to understand these meditations, and one of them was the microcosmic orbit, the 6 healing sounds. So what I'll do is I'll post the sounds, and I'll post a video so you guys can see what the gentleman who created this system and where he got it from. But the man's a Christian, and he believes in Christ and Christ consciousness. So, I just wanted to mention that as, just make sure. And if you guys, I'm a practitioner, by the way, of the Robert Monroe Gateway tapes. I haven't had any negative situation, because first I pray. You guys also got to remember, you are what you eat. So if you haven't worked on yourself internally, and you're wanting to go and practice occultism and other things, well, there's going to be an adverse effect, because you haven't fixed yourself first. When you fix yourself first, then you'll know what you're up against. But always make sure to pray and to, get rid of parasites, because they'll also influence you into going into a path of divination, a path of something you should probably not be engaged energetically. But the reason they have you engaging in that, because that's how they feed. So they want to continue to feed on you. But the stronger that you get, the stronger they get.
Thank you for that, Chrome. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head as far as parasites, and I do believe there's a connection between them and negative entities, if not entirely being negative entities themselves, or they're an access point where that negative entity has split itself off into being that parasite, and it has itself split off into multiple different ways. I think that so the microcosmic orbit is part of the teachings of the earlier than Qigong is the Neigong, which is one of the ancient schools of Chinese energy work. The microcosmic orbit is supposed to go up the spine, around the top of the head, and then down the front of the body. And it's one of the natural meridians that they teach. And yeah, I think it depends on the person and their connection in spiritual matters, their current position, and as far as the pull between the forces of the light and the dark, where they are ending up, and how much personal energy they have, because we also don't know that, because some people might be more potent than others. What do you think, Jehara?
Thank you, Chrome, so much. I just wanted to share as well that before circulating the energy, it's really important to be aware of what we're circulating, as if the energy hasn't been purified as the body, then we're just going to be circulating this corrupt force throughout. And yet circulating itself can purify, but not necessarily. So that's just something to keep in mind. And then I wanted to share that this year actually I have tried to muddy or stop my psi abilities, whereas most people are going in the other direction. To me, they've been natural and lifelong, and then obviously progressive as I did practices, but I've been wanting to stop because it's been overwhelming for my nervous system, especially with MyLabs, but also here on X, as I've been interacting with people, there has been this like hive mind, and not just like with MyLab's remote neural monitoring, but there is this subtle hive mind thing that goes on. I was wondering if parasite cleansing, how that would affect, as usually I would parasite cleanse and liver cleanse twice a year. And then like with blocking telepathy, as usually I've been really introverted, and telepathic connections with people close to me has been something I naturally experience. But then interacting with people on this community, it's not something that I want. So I was wondering if anyone else knows that could stop or have greater control over that, as just trying to stop my psi abilities in entirety isn't working, because I think there's a backlog of energy, and I think that's added to my anxiety.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you could do. One is look up the NAC protocol, which is an antifungal protocol, and definitely try that, because along with parasites, which parasites are, they can enter your nervous system. Most people don't know, they think of parasites as worms, which they are, but they're also amoeba and protozoa. Most of parasites are amoeba and protozoa. And there's a lot of evidence now by, what's that guy, 𝗧𝗶𝘁𝗹𝗲. He's doing a lot of work, and he finds out there's a lot of crosstalk or cross communication between parasites and fungal network. And that fungal network is actually maps onto your nervous system, invades the center of your head primarily, and then goes down your entire nervous system. And so I would look into that. And I would also try to do the technique that I just spoke of, which is shutting off all those points. Just think about it like a cross on your head. Those points, if you actually shut them, you'll have a much better time of blocking any psychic energy that you don't want to be influenced by. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was wondering also if just trying to stop this stuff through mudding and like basically not doing any practices and things like that is ineffective. And then I'm familiar with the parasites and fungal stuff, and actually I was making little jokes to myself about it the past few days, and then I see stuff that it has come up. And so do you think that there is some sort of quantum interaction with these things? Though my concern was that if I didn't have a practice in place and then I cleanse, then I'm just going to be all the more wide open to these violations and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, so I think, so there's that. You can, basically what you're doing when you're shutting off these different ones on the front of your head, you know, what I just said, you're literally shutting off. There's no energy in, there's no energy out. And that's your main psychic component to your energy body, is in the center of your head, ajna, and then the cross points, the 4 points going out of it, is the output, and also the way for other individuals or entities to input energy into you. So just shutting those off is actually quite difficult. And if you wanted to pick one thing, you could pick that. Another thing that you could try and do is, and I would recommend after you make some success in shutting off those 4 energy points and then moving on to the spirit at the top of the head, is the front projection on the top of the forehead above the third eye, but also there's a energy channel in the center of it at the top of your head, and that is the smallest. It's called the Brahma Nadi that goes down your spine. It's the central point, and that's for spirit energy. And you can send spirit energy to the rest of your bodies, to every chakra, in any number of ways, and that will actually reduce their ability to influence you, because that energy is not something they can use or process. And it will also feed or nourish your other bodies through the other chakra systems and make them less available. How that works, I'm not sure, but I'm having great progress doing that. Well, Bridget, how long do you want to go here? Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think we have had a great conversation tonight, and I actually DM'd you a few minutes ago, like, wow, it's been over 5 hours. It went by really quick. I haven't been doing spaces recently, and this has been a pleasure, exhilarating to have these conversations and have so many people be involved and contribute and connect and share resources, and that's how we're going to get the answers that we seek. So Joseph, I think mission accomplished tonight for sure. And again, thank you so much for putting this together and hosting for us.
Yeah, thanks for showing up, Bridget. You're a powerhouse, and you've got a powerful message, and it turned in to be a little more of a space than I thought it'd be. But yeah, it's been a while.
Yep,
So,
me too, but that's fantastic. So that means we're moving in the right direction here, that more people are taking interest and seeing that there's merit in this stuff and that they better start to catch up. So we'll do this again soon. And thanks everyone who showed up and contributed. And we'll keep this going and do it again soon.
Thanks, Bridget. Later, everybody.
Good night, everyone.